in front of the committee, and we want to finalize the matters and put them to a conclusion, and not to drag them too long. I'm not sure I see a hand. Let me just hear Honorable Pretorius.
Chair, apologies, that is a historic and my gadget has a problem with raising and lowering. So please excuse me, I will just come in verbally if I've got a matter. It's a long-standing issue. Apologies for that.
Okay. Okay, no, we will note it, Honorable Pretorius. So we want to, Executive Mayor and your team, Free State Rugby and Free State Cheetahs, we want to put this matter to conclusion, because as the committee, we believe that the importance of the sports plays a huge role in the economy of the Free State and profiling Free State as one of the provinces where sports is at the center or the heart of our people across the province. Therefore, our understanding is that we gave to you, Executive Mayor, and everyone tasks that you are supposed to, including timelines, that you are supposed to adhere to. Let's just get straight to the issues, and then we'll give honorable members. But my understanding and my plea, let's conclude this matter. And where we must intervene as the legislature, let's do so that we put the matter to rest, so that those who are the fans and the lovers, those who love the sports, they must enjoy this rugby. And our anticipation is that we want to see the South African rugby team playing one of its test matches in the Free State Stadium. Executive Mayor, welcome to the meeting. You will do your opening remarks, and then you would then introduce your team, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you. Okay, seems like I'm not sure, Messenger, the Executive Mayor, the team of Mangaung, where are you on the platform?
Chair, it seems like the Executive Mayor just logged back in.
Okay, the Executive Mayor, welcome back. Please find a
Chairperson, can you hear
place where you would have a proper network connection.
Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you, Executive Mayor. You can give
Can
us...
the Chairperson hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, Executive Mayor.
I got cut, Chairperson. The gadget just died on me because of electricity, so I'm joining with my phone for now as they are fixing it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Executive Mayor. You can give us your opening remarks.
Well, Chairperson, let me put it this way.
Did we lose the Executive Mayor? Wait, Messenger, can I kindly check where is the MM or the other delegation of the Executive Mayor to this meeting? Are they in the platform? Because I'm trying to scroll here. I can't see the MM.
Chairperson, yes, when the
Chairperson, I've rejoined.
Okay.
I think you were at a point when you were asking us to weigh on the matter, and I was saying I want to thank the committee for according us the opportunity to weigh on this matter of the stadium, and perhaps indicate that we have been in constant contact with the rugby union. I honestly would not understand what is it that is now expected of us with regard to the issue of the stadium, subject to the issues that are at hand.
I think
From the committee.
yes, we are losing you. Can Executive Mayor, can you find a spot whereby you are not, there's not going to be network problems so that we can hear you clearly, because we are losing you in the process.
Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
Yes, I can hear. We can hear you, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, I was saying perhaps we could get from the committee and the union what is expected of us, because as far as I'm concerned, between the union and my officials, there is an inherent discussion that range to a number of aspects that must make sure that we don't enter into an arrangement which would explode before us. You would know that we have got a problem with the cricket stadium as we speak, and a number of documents that got uncovered along the way. But despite all that, the last time I may recall is when the union and the officials were discussing a memorandum of understanding, which I instructed that it must base itself on the strength of a lease agreement which had expired 2021, but it had an irrevocable clause in it, which would require that both parties, as and when they apply their mind, all aspects of whatever agreement was on the table must be taken into consideration. As I am called to this meeting, I want to really honestly understand what could be any issue that would bring us before the standing committee. That's my take, Chairperson. Thank you.
Executive Mayor will just, there are tasks that we have agreed as the committee that must be fulfilled by the municipality, including the stakeholders. That includes establishment of a task team that must look into different ways of formulating an agreement. Two was the issue that there must be the council must sit, the matter must be tabled to council, and the council must sit to look at possibilities of the issues of debt. I do not know exactly what percentage is supposed to be written off. Three, it was the issue to say that the memorandum of understanding has lapsed since from 2021 up until 2025. The stadium was in use, but we wanted consequence management to be implemented to an official that was supposed to be responsible to oversee the facility, that the memorandum must always be up to date, and then there is no revenue that is lost in the process. And then number four was the correct figures of the money that appears to us, that the MM says that the union owes the municipality, because what the MM gave us as the figure in a meeting, who had requested that he must go back and give us in writing the actual figure, because what the union was saying and what the municipality, they were not saying the same total of amount that is owed. But I will also give, those are the issues that I remember without necessarily resuscitating them directly in our letters. But those questions, including the questions that were sent to the municipality, that they must reply to them in 7 days. Those are the issues, Executive Mayor. Honorable members, you will come in as and when you remember others, but Mezinhle, if kindly you would assist us with those questions on your, just retrieve them and then you flag them so that the team of the Honorable Executive Mayor can see that the task that we have given to them, that they did achieve. And then our time frame on Executive Mayor was that before the end of October, all stakeholders that are involved are supposed to conclude the issue of memorandum of understanding, including the signing of police, with that establishment of a task team that we advise that it must be decision makers who form part of it, so that by the time that the Springbok or South African rugby starts to allocate dates and venues for the next coming test matches, then at least the issues that, or like your memorandum of understanding, they are finalized and the list of agreements, so that the Free State Rugby Stadium stand an opportunity to be upgraded from grade C to grade B. That those are all the issues without necessarily calling them into in the sequence of the order of how we have resolved. So you would require your team, Executive Mayor, which they have the documents, the task that we have given them to report back to this meeting. It's supposed to be a report back to the meeting about what the last time they instruct the decisions and the recommendation of issues that we have given to the municipality. Honorable members, I'm capturing the resolution correctly. Can you just give an indication if all those are the all issues that I've captured them? Honorable Pretorius.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair. Yes, without going into the recommendations, I can also recall that there was feedback provided as well from Mangaung regarding the athletics stadium as well. So I think if we can perhaps, I know we were focusing mainly on the stadium there, and I think it resolves to a larger extent than only calling it a rugby stadium. We must be cognizant that it's also used for other things, soccer as well, etc. But if we could just get an indication, I think we also there was some feedback regarding the athletics stadium and the plans regarding the upgrading of the tartan, etc. Thank you, Chair. But I think in short, as you said, it was basically to provide feedback on how far has things gone in terms of the MOU and all of those things. So it's basically a feedback session.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. Honorable Clute.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether whether the mayor received the briefing. The request for the briefing, because there are definitely things that we need to attend to. And this is, like you said earlier, a long issue standing we have to attend to. But I do think you captured it correctly, especially on the consequence management, on the lease agreement, and what the status quo of that lease agreement is currently. So I think we should continue with those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clute. Honorable Mayor, if you look on your screen, you will see there are 4 issues that were critical before the committee that we have resolved and agreed in a meeting of all the stakeholders. Well, let's give you and your team, Honorable Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor. Honorable members, I think we'll just have to take a decision to excuse the municipality, because I don't think that.
Chairperson, I'm sorry. I'm actually on my way to Salga in Durban. Now I had packed my things there at the airport, and my proper gadget is there. But now I've found to realize how this one works. I don't think I'll be a problem again. But I really want to help the meeting here. You see, I was invited by the standing committee. I came to the legislature. I accounted together with my officials, and I indicated chairperson. And subsequently, there seems to have been another meeting. But what I said to the committee was that before anything could come to the legislature, we had an interaction with the rugby union. And in that interaction, I requested the rugby union and the officials of the municipality to work on, one, the memorandum of understanding on what we should provide before the rugby union to safeguard the games with regard to the gradings. In that, they indicated to us that they had problems of paying the municipality and they wanted some elements of write-offs on the monies that were outstanding. I indicated to the two parties that in the process of doing the write-offs, the money that the municipality will be writing off, if they have to enter into that, the rugby union must use that money to revamp the stadium. Because you would know that we are under financial recovery plan. There's no way we can just decide to write off without remedial measures in keeping with financial recovery plan. And I expected my report to come before me in terms of their interaction. The next, I was called at the legislature without a report coming before me. But when they were at the legislature, whoever was there raising the matter, they came back. I had a meeting with them again together, the two parties. I equally then spoke to them to say, I'm waiting for my report. Work on whatever you have to. Let me get the report so that we must safeguard the games. Interesting. Before me, it was that they wanted to enter into a memorandum of understanding. I only requested, Chairperson, that memorandum of understanding must take into consideration existing document. There's no memorandum of understanding that can be written without piggybacking on either a lease agreement or a contract. And upon calling upon the contract that it's in place, and I'm saying in place in a sense that the 2021 contract, Chairperson, suggests that irrevocable clause is included where quite obviously the rugby union will still be entitled to be the bearers of the stadium, subject to ensuring that they write a letter to request an extension. And it is inside that discussion on the extension that perhaps new elements can be brought in, which I then said, the new element must be a certain percentage clearly written down, must be given to other sporting code, but soccer, but not limited to. So that we should not have any problem where when there are soccer matches, there's a crisis there. I'm expecting that report from the two parties. Now, I'll indicate, Chairperson, in between whilst they were interacting with one another, I went deep into what were the agreements. And I found other things that were talking about the wraparound that were signed, council resolutions around those issues. And those are legally impacting documents. Now, even if the legislature can come with this shopping list that I see here on things that we must do, Chairperson, I am bound to make sure that whatever contract I enter into is in keeping with the law and is for and in the interest of the people of Mangaung and their property. Now, I see what is written here, which it is said there was an interaction between now the legislature, perhaps, and the officials, because in this thing that I see here, I was not part of this discussion and they were never served before me. But I must indicate that even though I see these are necessities, but I'm putting it before the committee, that between me and the entertainment as well as the investment in rugby is that the law must apply. So I'm going to request the committee to please leave the issue between us and the rugby union to work on proper documentation, because even if they can run to the legislature and perhaps try to apply the lawmakers to enforce us to enter into this agreement, there is no way I can agree that we will enter in this agreement subject to not following all the prescript and the document that are before us. There is a mess around this, from previous council resolution to some contract that were entered into, including the drafted memorandum that does not take into consideration some of the existing documents. I don't think you'd allow me to do that, because consequence management then comes into play. And if I have to make an impression before you in terms of making sure that I run this institution properly, I must make sure that the consequence management with regard to some of the decisions that were taken, as well as in keeping with the law, must be the order of the day, Chairperson. That's the point that I wanted to drive. That is why I was asking, what has been put before the legislature when we and the rugby union are in discussion to make sure that we make things to run properly? And I cannot remember a stage where any of the parties came to me to say we're failing to do that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, there we go, honorable members. From where I think let me allow honorable members, executive mayor, to engage on what you have said, because I think I will speak after they have spoken on these matters. But honorable members, these are the remarks from the executive mayor concerning the issue of the Free State Stadium. I am not sure if Free State Cheetahs or Free State Rugby Union also would want to speak before we give, or let's allow Free State Cheetahs and then Free State Rugby Union to speak before we give honorable members to engage, and then we provide a way forward on this matter, on what is going to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm you can hear me loudly.
Yes, we can hear you, Ndate Justin.
Thank you very, very much. It's Conrad Klopper speaking, the president of Free State Rugby Union. I just want to say with me, I've got Opa Mohoje, the head of high performance and development, and also Ms. Lebole Kala, who is the ex-co member of the Free State Rugby Union. If I can just brief the committee quickly regarding the progress that was made the past couple of months. First of all, we have established a cooperation agreement, which is sufficient for SARU, and also a lease extension, which was dated 27 October 2025. We did send it through to SARU, and it was well accepted. And then, if you remember correctly from my previous presentation that I've done, there were certain requirements from SARU's side that we need to conduct. All of that was fulfilled by Free State Cheetahs. That is, for instance, a TMO box, the media center, another doping toilet and stuff like that. All of that we have concluded, we have done. And also in the meantime, we have invited SARU for a final inspection. They were here, they were satisfied. However, most of management of SARU is currently on the Europe tour with the Springboks, and they will make a final decision in the next 2 weeks, either if we will be upgraded back to a Category B stadium. Then the last thing that I believe that we could not establish was only the MOU. Seeing that we know that there were certain things asked in the MOU, the figures that we have regarding the outstanding debt and the one that was presented by the city manager differs a bit. But the MOU that was drafted on 22 April 2025, we could not satisfy that requirement yet, and we could not establish a MOU. Seeing that all of us is well aware that it's subjected to council approval because these financial implications, and I can't say from our side either that it serve on council, city council or not, but that is the latest feedback that I can provide. So just to sum up, the cooperation agreement was established, the lease extension was established, it was sent through to SARU, they are very satisfied with it. They had their inspection team here. They will make a final decision in the next 2 weeks. The only outstanding matter that could not be established was the MOU, seeing that the feedback that we received is subjected to council approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ntate Justin Smith and your colleagues. Honorable members, can you, you've gotten the remarks of the mayor, the progress that is made as far as the issues raised by the committee. Conclude this matter. Honorable Kluto, you'll be number one. Honorable members, as then you raise your hand, I will also give you a platform. Honorable Kluto, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, this is, I'm not sure how to put this. You know, you just ask, we want to, in your opening remarks, we want to conclude this matter, but it appears we're not going to conclude this matter because the invitation was sent to the MEC herself, to the executive mayor, and to a representative of the Free State Rugby Union. And vital to our moving forward is basically just a progress report that we asked from the municipality on the MOU. We didn't want to know whether the MOU has been signed effectively or whatever. We wanted a progress report. And in the invitation, it says very clearly that we want the documents to be submitted in advance by Friday, the 7th of November, which we most probably did not receive because it wasn't circulated. So the municipality was afforded the opportunity to reply. If there is no MOU, just give us in the report an indication to say this is the progress, there is no MOU. But now we've got nothing on paper. And the mayor makes as if we are trying to intervene in matters that has nothing to do with us, and it has got quite a lot to do with us. This committee has a certain mandate to look after, and with due respect, this is disrespectful towards the municipality. I'm sorry to say it, but I get the feeling the mayor is not ready to answer us, and we're not getting the attention we are supposed to be getting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kluto. I think that is the only hand that we have, honorable members. So with that being said, let's welcome the progress that we have, but equally in the same tone and understanding that it appears that the mayor and the team, they are not following through on the agreement of the committee that we had, especially on issues around the MOU, including the timelines that were agreed. And we must mention to this meeting that there was no one opposed to the agreement that we have made as the committee. And then two, the documents that we have written to the institution, municipality, that they are supposed to provide, they did not provide them on time. And that's also something that disempowers honorable members to engage effectively in this discussion and arrive to a conclusion about the issue of the Free State Stadium. The issue of the athletic stadium of losing accreditation is a secondary issue that we'll deal with as time continues. But the issue, Honorable Mayor, of sporting facilities, Free State economy, sporting economy, sports tourism, the economic development, they fall squarely within this particular committee. It's the duty and the responsibility of this committee to call all the parties that will find themselves be involved in that particular space. But unfortunately, where we are now, your Honorable Mayor, it appears that your team did not take you clearly into confidence on issues that you were supposed to come up with and reply on them in this particular meeting. And that has put you in a bad light in front of this committee, because we would have expected that, because we had agreed on the timelines, and then the MM and the supporting officials, they also agreed that that is implementable. So, but when you come and then present another vision that is outside the agreements of the committee, it creates problems for this committee. because ours was to follow-ups. But we welcome what the inroads that were made by the corporate for establishing the corporate agreements, and in the efforts, or that includes SARU coming on board. But our issues, Honorable Executive Mayor, they stand that we still want consequence management. The officials that are responsible that for the agreement not to be signed from 2021 till today. But we want the issue of the figures to be finalized of what is owed by the Free State Rugby Union or Cheetahs to the municipality. 3, we want to know what percentage it is that is cancelable or that is not. And once you know the writing off, who are saying that the writing off, we are not saying that the mayor must act out of the law, inconsistent with the law. And we understand, Mayor, that you are on a recovery, financial recovery plan. But who are saying we want to enable the environment of sporting activity, particularly in the main that we are dealing with here is the issue of Free State Rugby. That centers around the events of South African rugby they can bring to the province, the economic spin-off, the talent, the continued culture and heritage of sports in the Free State province. So we want to plead with you, Honorable Mayor, that please, we are going to require those issues that we have elevated with you to be finalized. And we understand that the issue of council is the issue that rests with the Speaker. But it is our understanding that you also, as the Executive Mayor, you have a responsibility to table matters to council, especially the issue of memorandum of understanding, the one of writing off the debt, or the WIAD. You said that the issue that they must fix, but we want an amicable solution, because your remarks say that you want the Free State Rugby Cheetahs or Rugby Union, they must fix the stadium with what is supposed to be written off. I think you are going to, my understanding is that they might be, I would not know the correct figure, of course, because there are two figures that are raised, but our appeal is that reach an amicable solution to a problem with your team of Free State Rugby Union, Free State Cheetah, so that we do not deny the people of the Free State and that are loving the sports, that are loving rugby and other sporting codes to have an opportunity. The issue of dual sporting code in the stadium, I think, is the issue that yourself, Honorable Executive Mayor, and the union can reach an understanding and consensus for the benefit of the people of the Free State. Into establishing an MOU and agreeing on an MOU that is the benefits of all sporting facilities. That is the understanding of the committee. So we are going to write to you again, Honorable Executive Mayor, on the issues that we need finalization of. And those issues, they will come with stipulated timeframes, not exerting the pressure on you, but we also have a duty to fulfill our responsibility at this particular level. So I think, honorable members, that is how we're going to close the item on Mangaung, and then we'll give the honorable Shurias and then Executive Mayor, before we release you, just give us the remarks. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much, and apologies for coming in after you. I was just looking for some documentation. I can recall the previous time when Mangaung and the union had to appear before us. It was I think in August at some stage. But then there was a communication that was sent to us in writing from Mangaung, from the municipal manager. And I was actually hoping that we would hear a bit more about that document, because that document actually set out, it spoke about an action plan that Mangaung was going to implement regarding the stadium's lease and its operations. And it was actually a well drafted document. It spoke to a comprehensive infrastructure order that's going to be done with the timelines, the formation of a stakeholders forum, the funding strategy and budgeting. So there was quite a lot of things that was identified by Mangaung in this action plan, and at that stage I was looking forward to actually hear more about that, and actually today as well, that we would actually go into that to some extent, because in writing there seems to be a plan about the joint funding model, conditional grants, how this is going to be utilized, etc. So it seems there is some form of a plan. I'm just not sure why. And I mean, this was already received in August. Why now today Mangaung couldn't present us with some indication about what has transpired? And there I would like to thank the union, who has given us some indication of actually what has transpired to date in terms of some of those upgrades and meetings held. But yes, I'm just recollecting the committee on that written response that we did receive from Mangaung. Actually had an action plan set out, and I think that's actually something that we can also discuss perhaps at a next meeting. And I think at the end of the day, our focus currently on Mangaung, it's something that we will have to roll out to many of the other sporting facilities in the province, especially in our major towns like Sasolburg and Maluti Apofung. There's also a lot of potential. So I think what we are doing here is something that we will be rolling out as well. I trust and believe to ensure that all the districts in the province receive the necessary attention so that we can revitalize that part of the economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. I agree with you. We did receive the implementation plan. And the disadvantage that we are sitting in this meeting, that we have in this meeting, that puts the executive mayor in the bad light, is that the executive mayor had all these commitments and those documents. He might not be in possession of them as we speak, so that he's able to reference properly. Hence, I say that we will resend everything, and then our next meeting will invite Messenger Mangaung on the issues that we have agreed with them, that they must be implemented, all of them, including the timelines. But what we would note and take at this meeting is the progress that we have received on the work that has been done. I think we must acknowledge that SARU is coming to inspect as and when they've completed their other tasks international, so that we move forward into seeing Springboks playing in the Free State. But I want us to invite Mangaung on all those issues so that we interrogate them and put them into conclusion, and work with them and other stakeholders to finalize the issue of the MOU for the benefit of the people of the Free State. So, Executive Mayor, we give you to give us your closing remarks, but that is the understanding of the committee in this matter. Thank you. Executive Mayor. Okay. I think the executive mayor does not hear us or is struggling with network issues again. Let's proceed to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Tate, Justin Smith and your team, and everyone on the Mangaung.
Thank you so much, Chair. From our side, thank you for your support. Much appreciated, and thank you for the time of the committee. Enjoy your day.
Thank you for endorsement. And then we'll also excuse the executive mayor. And please travel safe on your journey. Do your work diligently. The people of the Free State and Mangaung supporting you on leading that municipality as well. We'll also excuse the executive mayor in the meeting. I don't think that it's going to be able to because he's struggling with the gadget. Yeah, I will request the IT to remove them on the platform. Then we proceed on other matters. Let's get to the other item, honorable members. Honorable MEC, welcome. I have noted that you have tendered the apology and then you are unable to speak where you are of MEC of DART. Honorable members, is my appeal to you that we should straight to the department, because my understanding is that you have received the analysis of the research. So for this meeting, I want to beg your indulgence that we proceed directly to the reports by the department and skip that item of the research analysis that way, because you have it. It was sent to you and you have perused it and then see the issue, so that you then ask the department directly. Thing will take you next time, because we were supposed to take at least 30 minutes with Mangao because it was a feedback session, but we went the other way around, the municipality not giving us what we want. So next on the agenda is Mezinhle. Can we confirm is Department of Agriculture? Mezinhle.
Chairperson,
Next on the item agenda is Department of Agriculture, right?
it's the our research unit on the analysis, Chair.
Yeah, but I said, unless honorable members have a different view on this matter, I said we have distributed that for this meeting. I would want to beg their indulgence that because they have perused the documents, that we go straight to the departments. So I don't know if honorable members have a different view on this matter, so that we then shape our approach. I understand that it's a matter of principle. We have adopted the agenda, but I also want to ask to beg for indulgence in this matter. Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. I second your proposal. We have received the analysis, and noting that the time constraint, I think members can peruse through it if they want to ask any questions based on that analysis. So I second your proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. Let's shoot directly to the department. I think we'll take Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs. MEC, we're aware that you have submitted your apology, and then that you are attending a producer's meeting, and then we would excuse you from this meeting. But even though that you are here listening, we would get the HOD and the team. The HOD and the team, good afternoon. Mayor Puselezo, can you kindly take through the HOD and the team on the rituals, and therefore they should straight to what they are supposed to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues. Good afternoon to the department HOD. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to the chair. Good afternoon to the rest of the members.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, it's binding.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tepo Mthuli Mabilo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Mabilo.
The next one will be DDG Muso, and then will be followed by acting CFO Klassen.
Thank you, sir. Ntate Muso, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Muso Martin Twameti.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate.
Thank you.
Ms. Clausen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Frederica Maria Clausen.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Help me God.
Thank you, Mayor Klassen. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. HOD, you were in your hands. Will appeal. I'm not sure the number of the presentation that you are supposed to carry out this afternoon, but it's our appeal and understanding that at least you give us the summary on deviation over achievements, and then I think your annual performance plan as well is part of your meeting. But roughly, HOD, let's take us up until 15:30 on all the documents. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, sorry for that. Thank you very much, Chair. I will request DDG committee just to take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We will start with the annual report 2024-2025. We will share from this side, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG. You can go ahead.
Yes, Chair. Chair, just briefly, because the annual report is a consolidation of the 4 quarters that we have submitted and presented before the committee. The most important thing that we would like to put on the table is the outcome of the annual audit as we have received it and as we are concluding the annual report. What needs to be highlighted is that from the financial point of view, we received an unqualified audit, and from the non-financial audit, we were able to move from a disclaimer to a qualification. The areas that led to an audit that were highlighted by the audit will reflect them, but in the main, they will be coming out of Program 2 and Program 3. So with Program 1, there's not much that we would want to highlight from the annual performance point of view. Under Program 2, the issue that has been raised by the outcome of the audit is that we needed to make sure that we improve on our record management and evidence keeping, which we have already factored in terms of our audit action plan, and we're attending to those matters. Under Program 3, Chair, as we had reported in Q4, that we have seen a spike of achievement being reflected under Program 3 of producer support and development. In the main, just to use one example, your red meat there, Chair, you will see that the initial plan was 20, but the actual at the end of audit was 50. And that is brought in by the fact that when we looked into all the interventions that we have provided in terms of different programs and different investment, we're then able to consolidate all our contribution in the red meat commodity, and that led to the spike that we see. So you will see that under Program 3, in most of our plans, the spikes in different indicator achievement, and like I said, change is mainly due to that consolidation and final verification of the work that we're doing. Under veterinary services, Chair, you'll realize that the veterinary services continue to be performing very well in terms of its indicators. And also we continue to be contributing very well in terms of the export facilitations that we are doing. We had targeted 3,005 export certificate issued. We ended up with 10,530. Research Chair,
Yeah, but DDG,
yes, sir.
please kindly, the person who has flighted to move the presentation as and when you're presenting.
Okay, Chair. To move.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it must be. Since you do see Mali or front page.
Moving on our side, then, sorry, Chair.
Yeah, this side was sitting on front page, DDG.
Okay, so Chair, that side is moving.
Yeah, now it's moving. Thank you, DDG.
So, sorry, my apology there. So we were on the veterinary section, Chair. The point that we want to flag there is that our facilitation of export continues to be increasing. We had planned 3,500, but we were able to assist our producers with 10,530. As we had indicated, Chair, that this year what we have started to do is to take that 10,530 and share with the committee the rent value of the export certificate that we are facilitating. So in terms of our quarter one and quarter two processes, that is what we are doing there, Chair. Program 5, which is our research. Is it moving on your side, Chair? Chair, is it moving on your side?
DDG, yes, it is moving on our side.
Thank you. Under research and development, Chair, we continue to be achieving, and as we had presented, that we are moving very fast in ensuring that the research work that we are doing, we are able to share it out with the farmers in terms of the Farmers' Day and also presentations that we make to different activities of the farmers. Initially, we had planned to do 40, we ended up doing 49 all in all. And as and when we report here, we normally share the areas that we cover under those different research presentations that we are doing. Economics Chair, in supporting farmers to develop their business plan in terms of production, we have intended to plan 400, support 400, we ended up providing 764 support. We continue to assist our producers with market access. That will be engagement with, for them to be able to get off-take agreements or ultimately setting them up to in terms of compliance with the standards that they need to achieve for them to be able to meet the market. And 25 of such producers were assisted. Our programs under training and development, we produce 78 graduates for the financial year under review, and we were able to provide a skills development program to 509. It was an underachievement at that level, and the underachievement was mainly due to the fact that we utilize service providers in dealing with these matters, and the progress that we're making was not satisfactory. Program 8, Chair, we've achieved all what we intended to do under Program 8, and also be able to identify areas, rural areas that needs intervention through profiling and coordination of services that needs to be achieved there. So that will be the performance of the previous financial year of the department. If you allow me, I will then go to the second quarter performance report.
Yes, DDG, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The work of the MEC in terms of public participation and stakeholder engagement continues, Chair, and it is actually assisting us very well in rebranding rebranding the department and ensuring that we get interest from different stakeholders to engage and partner with the department. So we are very much appreciative of the work that the MEC is doing in terms of her engagement and providing leadership in the department. So do you want to deal with the financial? Okay, my colleague says that I should continue under non-financial. What we want to report, Chair, is that for the second quarter, in terms of what we have planned and what we have achieved, we are currently sitting at 75% for administration, and we are at 50% for sustainable resource use and management. We are at 100% under veterinary services. Research, we're also at 100%. Agricultural economics, we're at 100%. Agricultural training and development program 7, we are at 50%. And rural development, we're at 100%. So the performance for the second quarter, Chair, is 82%.
DDG, please
Yes,
put light the presentation that now you are making. We are, the one that is here, it's on your APP.
So you work in the
Lily banga muka boardroom.
my apologies, Chair. That is why there's been physical.
Yeah, just kindly upload that presentation.
My apologies, sir. Are you able to see it now?
Yes, thank you, DDG.
So under program 1, Chair, the only thing that we will want to reflect there is that the investment that we're making towards supporting women is beginning to take shape. There's a high interest and high demand, which is an impact of the public participation and stakeholder engagement that the MEC is doing. We're beginning to see quite a number of young people and women coming into the department and asking that they should be supported in the sector. And that is why we were able to report that although we did not achieve, but there is an increase in that number, and in terms of the project that we are considering, we will see a better picture towards the end of the financial year for both youth, women, and persons with disability. Under program 2, we are in the process of finalizing the transfer agreements with stakeholders that are assisting us with land care projects. Now, the delay in finalizing the service level agreements and the transfer agreement is that we engaged in the vetting of the identified committees and identified individuals that are assisting us in this level. And in the under quarter 3, we'll see an improvement in the delivery of indicators because they are all based on transfer agreement payment. Program 3, in terms of project share, currently this financial year, there has been a serious delay in the finalization of approvals from national before we can utilize the money, because there's projects that are being assessed that have been returned back into the province to say update the information, provide certain information. Yesterday was the last day where we have submitted the final document for the final approval from national. So the actual transferring of money and support to producers, except those that we had reported under grain to ready themselves for planting, the most of our projects will only begin to see the movement in the third quarter. And that will be affecting the activities under Program 3. Veterinary Services Chair, we have reported that we are still dealing with the issue of the foot and mouth disease. It is then affecting certain of the activities that you are doing. However, the whole program under veterinary services is still performing well, including even under export facilitation. However, there will also be an issue in terms of export now because of the foot and mouth disease and the limitation of transportation or acceptance of products that are coming from the country. But we are hopeful that as and when we move on in the year, we should still be able to assist our producers to export. Under research and development, we are still overachieving, like I've indicated, Chair, because of this interest that is having, that we are receiving from people that would like to know more about the sector and our researchers, the work that they have done, going out to share the knowledge and technology that we are producing. We are at Program 6, Chair, and already you can see from the point that I'm ready, you can even see that we're already at 300 in the second quarter in terms of supporting producers as our clients with production economics, although we had planned 400. So it looks like even on this indicator, because of that demand and that increase, we'll end up actually being 300% overachievement in terms of this indicator. So the point that we are making, Chair, is that there is now a high level of interest in the agricultural sector, especially from women and young people. Under training and development, Chair, we will only have our graduation in the month of December for this financial year, and we'll only report the actual achievement there. And then with rural development, in terms of coordination, rural development has entered the space of DDM coordination. They've also started to participate effectively under the stakeholder engagement in terms of rural security and also ensuring that we continue to profile our areas. So rural stakeholder engagement, we have achieved there, and we have also achieved under the economic projects that we are coordinating in the rural space. That will be for the second quarter presentation, Chair. The last presentation is on the draft annual report. No, APP for 2025-2026. There's 2 points that we would like to bring to the attention of the committee when it comes to our APP 2025-2026. The first point that we would like to bring to the committee is that the sector transversal indicator have changed drastically. After consultation of all 9 provinces, new sector indicators were developed, and these new sector indicators are now aligned with the medium-term development plan. And the committee will now see that there's different focus in terms of the indicators that the sectors have agreed on and they will be implementing. That is the first point that we want to bring to the attention of the committee. The second point that we want to bring to the attention of the committee is that this draft APP has already factored in the transferring functions from environmental affairs to the Department of Agriculture, and it will then be reflected as a program 9 of the department. Chair, is the document reflecting on the side?
DDG, the same issue, just refresh it and then so that it's higher. Yes, now it's fine.
Thank you. So under program 1, we have 7 indicators that we'll be implementing. The first one will still remain the development of the strategic documents, which is your strategic plan and your APPs. The second one will be the development of the budget that is aligned to the strategies that we are developing. And because we are entering this new phase of the new transversal indicator, we are reviewing our organizational structure so that the structure must then be able to speak to the functions and the indicators that we are going to be implementing, and also be supported by the budget that we intend to approve. We still maintain that we must move in the area of moving towards a clean audit. And in terms of the 30-day payment, we are still maintaining to keep that so as to ensure that we adhere to the payment and follow it up and report on it. And in terms of the directives of the DPSA under the corporate services, we still want to be 100% compliant with all those directives. So those will be the new indicators that we have and the targets that are related to them. Under program 2, there's not much change that in terms of the way the indicators have been crafted. They almost remain the same. The targets that you see here, Chair, are the targets that are taking into account the baseline of the annual report that we have presented, and they have been planned as such. The main change that you are seeing is here under program 3. You will recall that in terms of the Q2 and the annual report, we're talking about red meat commodity, we're talking about grain, we're talking about different commodities that we are supporting. The indicators have drastically changed. We now need to focus on and report on how are we commercializing producers. We now need to focus on the direct support of those producers that are under the category of smallholder. We now need to, there was a pilot that was implemented with regards to sheep. It has now been made mandatory that it must be implemented by all provinces, and we will then be having activities under that. We are directed to ensure that as part of capacitating our extension officers, they must belong to commodity groups, because the work that they need to do in terms of commercialization and smallholder producers will require them to be clued up with the day-to-day developments in the sector, so as to be able to provide that advice. So participation of extension officers in the commodity groups is what we'll be reporting on. And in terms of our food security activities, we will be focusing on household producers to support them under the food security interventions. The veterinary indicators remains the same. There's no changes there, Chair, and like I indicated that your plan targets will be informed by the baseline of the previous performance. Again, even with regards to program 5, the indicators have not changed, they remain the same. Program 6 also, there's not been changes under these indicators. They remain the same as in the previous financial years. The same with agricultural education. Their indicators remain the same. There are no changes there. Now, with rural development, as I've indicated, Chair, that we're moving into the space of coordinating the 7 pillars of the newly adopted rural development strategy, and that we'll do under indicator 8.1. Number 2 is that we are participating, entering the space of the rural safety and ensuring that we coordinate rural safety together with all the relevant players that are involved in the rural safety space. As part of the DDM model, we will be contributing in terms of the rural district economic plans that we'll be implementing. And for us to be able to coordinate rural development, it requires multi-sectoral engagement. So we need to coordinate and facilitate sessions with different stakeholders so that they can come together and be able to move into a rural space. This is the new program, the Chair, that we're indicating that it is now coming into our space. It is only on Friday that we finalize the strategic session with this components to discuss their indicators and their targets, Chair. But in terms of their own APP, it is still reflected under their APP as they have presented it to the legislature. So we're in the process of now moving it and being able to under as the new program that will be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DTG. Thank you, HOD and the team. I want to believe you are just exactly 25 minutes. I want to appeal to you that you also distribute the skill of timing to other departments as well, HOD, that exactly the DTG adhered to the time, and then he has given us that 5 minutes extra. That 5 minutes extra, we'll use it as honorable members of this committee to also ask honorable members that is the presentations of the departments. Can I then get observe the hands?
Chairperson.
I'm not sure who is talking.
Measure Kitsikwe, Chair. Can I just? Chairperson.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The second quarterly expenditure report, was it presented?
Did you started with it? The one on the slides whereby there were graphs.
The financial part.
Yeah.
Yes, it did present.
That one on top 10.
The one with graphs, where there are graphs. Measure
Chairperson. Yes, Chair.
Yes, I'm saying he did present the one with graphs. The slides that were at graphs was the financials, those ones.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, honorable members, let's get observe your hands. What we are going to do, honorable members, we are changing a little bit how we operate. And this is for the benefit of you honorable members. We are going to allocate 10 minutes per honorable member. You'll ask the questions, you'll get answers, you'll do follow-ups, and then we close and then we move to another honorable member. Because what we have picked up is that at times, departments, when they respond, there were sometimes other departments, they just respond to give you a response, and then you're unable to have enough time to interrogate and arrive to a logical conclusion of their response. That is why I deliberately, honorable members, allocating to you 10 minutes of your time. That is your time you interact with the department up until you get the answers that you would want, including the follow-ups. So it's going to be number one, I think it's Honorable Msimang, number one. And then number two is going to be Honorable Jackerson. So each honorable member, you have 10 minutes of your time. You are going to you pose your questions to the department. They reply to you. You do your follow-ups, and then we conclude to move to another honorable member. Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been listening to the presentation by DDG. It was quite an impressive presentation. My interest, Chair, would be on the support that farmers are getting, because it must reflect on our demographics, especially as far as transformation is concerned. What do you call this thing? It's a feeding scheme, or for where you are literally assisting those farmers who are struggling with funds. You would know it better, might not know the term, but it has to do with your intervention as far as of their assisting with their funds is concerned. So I would want to know from the DDG, how do you distribute that allocation? Because I'm told that people who have, for instance, Sernik will get 4 million rand, and those who are struggling will get lesser, will get maybe 1.5, and by that time they have experienced the disaster where their crops could not grow as a result, but they benefit more on loans than on assistance. How do you go about in assisting DDG as far as that one is concerned? And then I'll make the second question.
Thank you, Chair. The relationship that we have with Sernik is not a relationship where we are supporting Sernik to be a producer. The relationship we're having with Sernik is a developmental relationship where we are using their knowledge and their skills to train and capacitate our farmers. So the funding that is linked to that memorandum of agreement will then be totally different from the type of support, the comprehensive support that we give to our different farmers, whether they be smallholder, commercial, or subsistence. Now, the way we are operating is that we were implementing support in line with the comprehensive producer support policy framework that was produced by National. We received funding as a grant funding from National Department. We identify projects in terms of the different indicators that we were just presenting and approve projects. So support will vary. It can move from 100,000 to a project of 5 million or 8 million. So it depends on what is it that the farmer is in need of, and how that is contributing to assist us to be able to achieve our indicators as a contribution into the sector.
Okay, no, I hear you. But the second question would be, as far as that development program is concerned, when did it start? How many black farmers, youth, women, and the disabled that we managed to build out of that project of Sarnik? Because Sarnik is international in terms of farming. How many people out of that, and how much has been spent from when you were starting the projects up until now that was spent only on Sarnik?
Well, our partnership with Sarnik is a new partnership. Sarnik is got from the Job Fund, not from the Department of Agriculture. Sarnik started a project that was initiated under the Job Fund program. And in terms of their business plan, they had a program where they will be supporting smallholder farmers, produce them into being commercial farmers, and assist them to also be able to participate into the value chain. Where I'm seated now, I will not be able to give the member the actual achievement in terms of their performance in relation to that. But in relation to the partnership with the Department of Agriculture in the Free State, it's a new partnership that we have just been able to establish now, in line with what I've indicated, that there's a lot of people now that are coming to leverage on partnership with the department, and Sarnik is one of such examples. We should be able, Chair, after this meeting, to then be able to say, as of today, how many people who have trained and the different categorization as per the request of the member.
Thanks, Chair. Once more. It will mean that you'll have to tell us how much has been spent to this fund. You'll have to tell us how many people, at which stage are they participating as a result of the Sarnik. There's a case that we opened, which was opened by the Department of Agriculture, that has to do with one of your district managers who claimed that they've paid cows which were supposed to be delivered to traditional leaders. How far are you with that case? You are supposed to give us a written response. If we can get a briefing, how far are you with the case? Internally, how far are you with the process of consequence management?
I'll hand over to the HOD on that one.
Thank you very much. The case is not concluded at this stage. It is still ongoing, precisely because of the I would say dynamics that are within the case. It is not as straightforward as it is pronounced.
HOD, through your chair, HOD will want to know those dynamics. You are here to account. You must tell us what are those dynamics, what are those hindrances to progress, because it can't be that it's for a we're told of dynamics. We want to know those dynamics. Can you brief us about those dynamics? Because you're supposed to give us those dynamics in writing. You have not given us as a committee up until now.
Okay. Thank you very much. When we requested the officials that were present then to provide statements, there were conflicting statements that we received, which is something that we have also reported to the Hawks. According to the first statement that we received, was that everything that was procured was received. That's the first statement that we received. But the second statement that we received indicated that there was a signature that was forged at the point of delivery, and the person that signed the delivery note indicated that that was done under pressure, and as a result, but in terms of the paperwork that we have, the paperwork clearly suggests that everything that was procured was delivered, but there are statements that contradict that. And these are the dynamics that I was then speaking about, that it is not a clear cut at the stage, hence the internal processes have not been speedily concluded. Thank you.
Okay, on that one, okay, HOD, but still, I think we have a strong case that should be that can be prosecuted internally, because it's a known fact that whatever which has been corrected after the investigations were concluded within the department, and anything that comes after, you cannot steal, and then after stealing you bring things to a person whom you have stolen to, and then you tell us that everything that belongs to that person has been brought back to that person. There's no indication of stealing. The reality is that the intentions were there to steal, and there has to be consequence management. Lastly, because I realize that my 10 minutes is almost to finish, I would want to know, there are many black farmers whom their farms are being repossessed as we speak. What kind of intervention are you assisting them with? What told us 250 million, what told now is around 400 million. How does it assist these farm workers who are about to lose their property? Farmers, I mean, black farmers who are about to lose their property. Because we're told there's money there, and there are number of black farms identified to be banks. How do you intervene as far as that is concerned? Because there's money which is meant to assist in that regard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimanga. We have written a number of letters, specifically at the political level, from our MEC to the Minister Nyonto, highlighting, as you would know, that the land matter is not our direct competency. So when there is such cases, we are not empowered to intervene directly, but we must intervene through the National Department of Land Reform. And what we normally do is that we would then write to the National Minister, but we are also having a meeting on the 3rd of December, which is the provincial head and the technocrats at the Department of Agriculture, just that we are able to relay some of the challenges that we are experiencing. Some of them is during the outreach programs of the MEC, where we are receiving these complaints, and the society does not differentiate much between who is national and who is provincial and who is having the mandate. We have a responsibility to respond and provide that guidance. Hence, it is important that we must have a provincial committee of both senior officials from the Agriculture Department and the land reform, so that we are able to submit these issues, but most importantly, we try and resolve these issues. We have also written to the land bank and we have also engaged with them on one, I think there was one matter also where the farmer could not pay, and the farmer was at risk. So we continuously try to engage whatever stakeholder that is responsible and have a direct control on the matter, because the land issue has a direct bearing on our responsibility as a Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, for the responses, and thank you for Honorable Msima. Honorable Jackelson, 1540.
Thanks, Chair, Lord.
Yes, 1541 to up until 1551. That is your 10 minutes, Honorable Jackelson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you for the presentation from the Department of Agriculture. I think the most important department in the province, because without agriculture, we wouldn't be able to eat, and without food, none of us would survive. Chair, I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to ask them all, and then the department can use the allocated time to reply. And I'm also going to ask that they start with the last question, because that's one which I feel is quite important. Chair, the first question is just regarding the projects that they invest in. Do they audit these projects regularly? Because we have so many failed projects across the Free State, and most of them are because of infighting between beneficiaries. But if there was intervention beforehand, and perhaps not just training in agricultural techniques, but also training on how they should interact with each other, and interventions in that regard, because we spend too much money on failed projects and they littered across the Free State, the corpses of these failed projects. Chair, the second one is veterinary services. We see that they've achieved their targets, but we are concerned, especially with the outbreaks of animal diseases, that our veterinary services, I think, are under-resourced. It's one of the most important support services that they give to our agricultural sector in the Free State. And the reason why they're meeting their targets is because they don't have a choice. They have to spend the money, they have to do what they have to do, but often I think they could be performing a lot better if they were better resourced. And perhaps in future financial years, we must look at how we allocate resources and what our priorities are within the department when resources are allocated, going back to their core mandate as well and the necessary support. Chair, regarding the Glen agricultural project, the college, the 78 graduates I see that graduated, is this transferred to the National Department of Higher Education still taking place? And if so, when? It's been on the cards for a long time. I don't recall that they told us previously whether it's still going ahead or not going ahead. Chair, and then I just want to ask briefly, the incorporation of environmental affairs that includes reserves, has that now been completed? Does that previous department not exist anymore? Is part of it now with finance and a part of it with them? So we don't have to refer to Destia anymore, because also affects the way we ask our questions in the legislature, because we have to divide them between two MECs. Chair, and then the last question involves the outbreak of diseases. We've seen foot and mouth. I just want to know from the department, is this under control in the Free State, or is it spreading across the province? We've heard that it's also now gone to some larger feedlots in the province, and it's spread from the Eastern Cape to the Western Cape and then into the Free State again. So it seems our borders aren't secure either in the province, and there isn't any control of animals coming in and out of the province. But if they can just give us a status report. And then, Chair, the last one is very important. When we have a lot of rain, which we've seen recently, in the past we've had outbreaks of Rift Valley fever, which is very serious, again, for your breeders of animals, and there are a lot of them, and this spreads quite fast. And there is evidently vaccine for it available, but for those animals that get it. But there seems to be a problem with inactive vaccine. Our people in the Free State, the vets, the co-ops, etc., who sell these vaccines aren't able to get the inactive vaccine, which is used to inoculate the pregnant heifers, for example, on these farms. Now, I did get reports of this, the inability to obtain the vaccine from Onderstepoort, from the Western Free State, And I was in contact with the national department who said there's no shortage of vaccine. Well, unfortunately, our people on the ground do have a problem with vaccines. So if the department can perhaps just make inquiries with the state vets and find out what the status is on the ground, because we're getting conflicting reports from people who actually use the vaccine and who can't get it, and who are now at risk because it seems there have been outbreaks in neighboring provinces. And then Onash Tepoort to tell us there's no problem with it at all, and also inform the National Minister there's no problem. If they can start with the last ones, please, because those are actually pressing issues. Thank you, Chair.
You want to take? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, we do an audit of projects, especially projects where we have invested money. And the purpose of doing that audit report is to see which projects can be assisted and which projects we need to totally just shut down, where the project realizes that it will not continue. Even if you throw a lot of money in it, there is no way you'll be able to resuscitate. So that project audit is being done, and yes, we have started with identification of those projects where we are now reinvesting, where we need to reinvest to assist those projects. The member will recall that when we last presented on the issue of the FMD, he did raise the issue that we should look into providing additional resources to veterinary services. And when we came back into the department, that's exactly what we did. We started to look around as to how can we begin to add more resources towards the work that they are doing, to the extent that we even wrote to Treasury when we presented our position at Treasury to say we need more money towards veterinary services. So we are on top of the concern that was raised, and we hope that as and when money gets made available, we'll continue to prioritize veterinary services. The issue around the transfer of the colleges to higher department is still an issue under discussion. It has not been finalized as yet at national level. FMD is a moving target, but it is under control in the province. There are those centers where our veterinary services is focusing on to make sure that we are able to contain it. But it is under it's a contained problem that we are currently having. Yes, we'll take the issue about the vaccine and we'll talk to our counterparts at national, and we'll then be able to provide a report back to the committee and to members. Actually, you don't have to have a bite.
Thanks. Maybe just to confirm that on 21 November 2025, we did issue a media statement on foot and mouth just to update the public that 15 new confirmed cases of foot and mouth disease in Vosloorus. The breakdown is 2 in Vosloorus, 6 in Parys, Dennisville, Sasolburg 7, which brings the total number of confirmed cases in the Free State to 106. But as a province, we continue to apply the movement restrictions. We apply quarantine where required, and we comply to the required standards in this regard. So the question whether this is under control, maybe is just to say that at this stage, we are still seeing new cases. So it will be difficult to say the situation is under control. Additional to what the DDG indicated, we have also, from some of the projects that were rejected, or that National is not in agreement with part of the funds, we have also requested National to redirect it towards the program of that. So we are also hopeful that within this week we will then receive an approval from GOE, and that would also further boost the capability of our vets. And then on environmental, just to confirm that EXCO did approve the memo that officially environmental will then be moved to agree to that 1st April 2026. But there is a lot of processes that needs to happen prior to that official movement, including assets, including financials, including human capital to say who states belong, and the support of specifically Program 1. So that is also still ongoing, and I think we are in agreement that wherever there is opportunity, that must be funded more. But this is the impact of the COLA impact on all of these cuts that has been transpiring through the years. And as a department, when we had funds, we prioritize that in terms of appointment of professionals in that space. Thank you very much. And then the last issue is just to indicate that, you know, at the heart of our communities, we have these communities, and we have seen a trend where once we have given the communities some funds, unfortunately, they start fighting amongst each other. And it remains a challenge, a continuous challenge that we are faced with. We have been trying to work with municipalities to intervene on some of these infightings that are transpiring between members within communities for power and who must control what. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, HOD, and to your team for those responses. Honorable Jacobson, are you fine? I note that you had 4 minutes left on your 10 minutes.
Chair, thank you. I'm covered.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Jacobson. Honorable Pretorius, you are the last member on the platform. Your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. Chair, I'm just a bit concerned that we're also dealing with the annual financial statements by the department, but we haven't received a briefing yet by the AG on the department's performance. So this is something to note. Chair, then when it comes to the conditional grant funding expenditure, the department notes that there's an issue with the approval of the business plans from National, and there's a bit of a delay. If we could just get clarity on this, is there an indication why the business plans aren't approved? Is it perhaps the quality or missing information by the department, or is it something that we need to address at a national level, that we can see, that it gets corrected? Chair, then I'm very concerned about the agri-parks and the farmer producer support units across the province. I know most of them are within the mandate of the National Department of Rural Development. But at the end of the day, these assets, and I think the HOD has alluded to it, that it doesn't actually matter which sphere of government is involved. As a department, we have to make sure that agriculture and rural development succeeds in the Free State. But is there an engagement with National in terms of the operationalization? Apologies, my English is my second language. The operationalization of the agri-parks and farmer producer support units. I'm thinking of the one in Springfontein that's been standing open, is not being used, as well as the one that is standing in Kroonstad. These assets can be utilized and must be utilized to support our farmers and to assist with the access to the markets and to grow the local economy. So what engagements are there between the province and National? And then in terms of the aquaculture plants that we do have in Gariep Dam as well as Betuli. What is transpiring there? Is there plans in the financial year? Yeah, I'm always hearing a lot of stories from that side, and I think perhaps at some stage we have to go there as a committee as well to go and do some oversights. But are they operational in operation, the one at Gariep Dam as well as Betuli, and what is transpiring that side? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. In 2 weeks' time, there's a national meeting that is taking place between the provinces and the national department. And on the agenda is the repurposing of the Agri-Park and Farmer Producer Support Unit. So the discussion will be taking place at that level to see as to how can we repurpose that infrastructure, taking into account the fact that now there's a split at national level in terms of rural development and agriculture. And this asset needs to then be able to be attended to as to how are we going forward with them, and how do we make sure that they serve the purpose that they were intended for. So we'll be having a better report, Chair, after we have engaged at national, because it is all the provinces that will be engaging with national on this matter to find an amicable solution and a sustainable solution on the matter. The issue around the aquaculture at Gariep, the point that you are always making, Chair, is that that is a South African center for inland fishery training and development. It's a center where anyone that wants to be trained on aquaculture can go and receive training. That is its first purpose. And it was established to be a SADC center and not only a South African center. We are not yet there, but training is currently taking place at that facility, and we are making investment in terms of the infrastructure so that we keep it upgraded to allow the purpose where that center was initially intended for to continue. The projects of Gariep in terms of small household aquaculture projects, those projects were not a success. Most of them have actually collapsed. However, in terms of this new capacity now that we are getting from environmental affairs, they do have a function and also expertise that was sitting with environmental affairs around aquaculture, both in terms of policy and implementation of small-scale fisheries. And we hope that with that capacity that now is coming, we should then be able to repurpose and reposition our aquaculture inland fishery in a different way so as to be able to roll it out where it is needed.
The technical reasons why the
delays in as far as the approval of projects, yes, it is mainly due to the missing information that is required by national that we needed to provide. Just to give an example, in a project where we have said that it's a project that required water, they will then say, no, we see that you said there is water, permits are available, there's sufficient water, but we want confirmation from the relevant bodies to give a confirmation that yes, indeed, there is that water and those licenses and permits needed to be secured. So that is one reason why there was a delay. But on the other hand, it's an internal delay from our side where we delayed in finalizing our own projects proposal, and that also led to the end result of it is that it led to the national also having to take long in finalizing its own comment and its own final approval. But we are confident that as of yesterday, from the communication that we have had, that this matter has now been resolved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. Do you have any follow-ups? Or you just used 3 minutes of your 10 minutes. So the discretion of the chair, I'm just trying to
Thank
check.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chine. I was greatly covered by my colleagues. Just for perhaps one follow-up in terms of the Glen Agricultural College. I know there is the water pipeline that was being developed to ensure that there's a supply to Glen without any interruptions. If we can get an indication about the progress of that pipeline. And then perhaps, Chair, something that we can consider is perhaps early in next year, but we'll also take it up with the whips and the programming, is that we perhaps conduct an oversight at Glen Agricultural College before it opens. I would believe it will be opening in February. I know quite a substantial amount of money was spent in the last financial year in terms of upgrades to the hostel especially, but that we go in and perhaps see if the college is ready to open and receive an intake of students. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. I think the issue of the infrastructure, are you speaking about Muscle Sport pipeline? Just clarity.
Chair, yes, to the best of my knowledge, Glen was installing water from Maselsport. I just want to hear how far they are with that, the status. Yes, and then if they would then allow us to come and do an oversight early next year. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's fine. HOD and the team, I got that. He just wants the discretion of a chair. But yeah, HOD and the team.
Okay. Yeah, on the pipeline, we are in discussion and engagement with Public Works from a design point of view and technical advice from their side. But in the discussions, there's also views that are emerging to say, but in actual fact, who has the mandate and the responsibility to provide bulk from Maselsport to the gate? And is there a possibility that we can engage the municipality? Because that pipeline, in actual fact, is also beneficial to the residents in Glen. So it's bigger than just an agricultural issue. And the colleagues are actually in those engagements. I know for a fact that the meeting is being arranged between Bloemwater, Val Central, that's my apology, the new name, Val Central, and the municipality and Cogta. So as to be able to look into that whole issue and see as to are there no other options or funding models which we can tap in to ensure that the bulk supply gets to be delivered, and from the gate into the infrastructure, into the farm, then that becomes the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture. So that is the progress with regards to that, Chair.
Thank you for the response. Honorable Msimang, I see your hand.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested on this thing of funding. In some instances, there's a project there. I think it's Mekral in Odendal, which was, despite that it had number of challenges of compliance, it was funded. And then we have an instance in Frankfurt where a young person, Premier, even announced that this person is going to be funded 7 million, but despite those commitments, the money has not been coming through. I would want to check if HOD, you and the DDG, do you have a knowledge of that, those two projects that I'm talking about? And if so, what might have been a challenge when the department has committed only to find that it does not fund, especially a young person who's promising in Frankfurt? Maybe I will also give the details, Chair. Let me just check the details. But I wanted to pass that question just to get a clarity, because these young people are asking us as we interact with them. Thanks, Chair.
No, Chair, we will appreciate the details because you might find out that maybe that's one project that is in the pipeline of this approval that you are awaiting. Or if it is a project that is not there, it's something that we can then investigate further and see as to what is it that we need to do there. But in terms of our project list, we don't have Meerkraal as a project that we are funding. But I know that there have been dynamics and challenges there at Meerkraal, and the HOD will then be able to report on those.
Thanks, sir. I think we will give a formal response, but the understanding is that initially there was intent, but because of the challenges that later came out quite clear, then those challenges were overwhelming to proceed with the funding. And on the issue of the 7 million, it would be interesting just to get the facts, but normally if any request is declined, it's declined on merit, on the basis of the science and information in front of us. Even if it is youth, we are not even able to say we cannot disapprove youth. It is subject to that youth, what is the factors that are in front of us, and whether we are able to support it or even national is able to support the project. But as the DDG earlier indicated, that we take it quite serious to put more youth on our programs. Yeah, but unfortunately there must be compliance. So it will be good to get the information so that we are able to respond in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, and your team, and wish the MEC well in engagements with producer associations and your interactions with us. And Honorable Msimang, you just send those details to Mezin Kesolati for Exemplary Department. They give us that response. But HOD, I think it is the view of the committee that the projects that are being carried out, they become sustainable, successful and sustainable. And for those that have been funded, the tax money or the grants, how do we recoup them back, or what are the consequences that face those who have applied, taking the responsibility to apply, but then when they have been granted an opportunity to do the work, they then do not fulfill that responsibility. I think the concern of the audit that has been raised of, do we really audit those projects is around that what do you do in an instance whereby the project now has completely collapsed because of individuals? Perhaps it might be issues of disputes among themselves or their inability to carry out those projects. How do we recoup that money, and what are the measures do we put into place to tighten the internal controls to identify the correct, passionate beneficiaries in the work that you do? And then the other issue, the issue of farm support unit and the agri-parks, very important for emerging for emerging and subsistence farmers, given the purpose of those, and then want to follow it close to the issue of these facilities, that they must continue to exist for their intended purposes, because they cut costs, they serve as machinery hubs for those who do not, farmers or emerging farmers that do not have those machinery. But what becomes a concern for the committee is the agri-park that was supposed to, or the land that is secured in Springfontein. That is what we're going to be engaging with you in the next coming month. And then the issue of the aquaculture, I did meet the person that was planning and implement this project when I was in Sichuan in China. and it's a very good facility, but we want it to fulfill its intended purposes, that it must ultimately supply the entire SADC countries, and then perhaps if the lack of investment, perhaps if there's a possibility of partnering with Central University of Technology or Free State University of the Free State, or other universities that might be interested to partner with you to use the facility to pursue courses in aquaculture while you are skilling some of the farmers or individuals that have interest on pursuing aquaculture in that facility, because how it's built and how it's orientated is to assist even those that do not have access or means to access higher institution of learning to have the knowledge and the skill and to also start their career in aquaculture. With those words, and the Glen College will include it in our back to school program in January when we visit Glen College of Agriculture. With those words, we would like to thank you, HOD and the MEC in absentia. May you enjoy the rest of the year. And from the committee, we have been working with you very well. And then, honorable members, the current HOD is no longer an acting HOD, but is a currently appointed HOD of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. HOD, wish you well in your new responsibilities and your team, and then we'll see more stability and growth in that department under your leadership and the leadership of the MEC. And with those words, all the best. See you next year. Merry Christmas to you, and you enjoy your new year. Don't ask us why you're wishing it now. Well, this is the last time we meet with you. We'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated. All of the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Department of Sports, MEC, good afternoon. MEC, good afternoon. Can the MEC, can you just give us the opening remarks and then we should straight to the departmental presentations, and then Mepuseleto, you would then assist the HOD and the officials with the rituals.
Chairperson, are you asking that I proceed or wait for the MEC?
Yeah, the MEC can give us the opening remarks, and then immediately after, let's take the HOD and the officials for the rituals. MEC. Okay. Mepuseleto, please continue with the HOD and the officials when the MEC is back on the platform. After when you are done, then the MEC will just give us opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Ntate Chabalala, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
I don't know what's happening, Chair. I'm here. I don't know why you can't hear me. I just want you to see me, but you can proceed with the HOD. It's fine.
It's fine. MEC, are you able to give us your opening remarks? Then we give Mepuseleto, the legal advisor, to continue to do the rituals for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, MEC.
I don't have a problem. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and the officials who are here. I don't have a problem. I don't want to waste the time of the committee. The HOD is here. We can proceed, Honorable Chair, to present the APP for the financial year 2024-2025. The Honorable Chairperson can proceed. Chair, can you hear me?
Chairperson,
Yes, MSc, the legal advisor can continue.
Okay.
Ahead,
All
MSc.
right.
Thank you once again, Chairperson. Ntate Chabalala, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, Madam.
So would you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Molatu Chabalala.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm so.
Thank you. Ntate Chabalala, please assist me with the names of the officials that will be assisting you.
Dabise Makopo, the Keta, Vincent Keta, and Kutlwano Tlhakudi.
Thank
And
you.
then the CFO Pule Khiba.
Thank you, sir. Mema Makobo, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mema Makobo. May you please switch on your camera.
Can you
There
see
we
me now?
go. Yes, I can see you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Ntabiseng Mujidres Makopo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mema Kopo. Ntate Keta, good afternoon, sir. Ntate Keta, good afternoon.
I'm trying to do the video. Can you hear?
I can hear you.
Yes. I'm trying to know what's the problem. Doesn't want
Okay.
to go to the video. I don't know.
Okay, while you struggle with that, let me move over to Metlhakudi while you try to sort that out.
Okay.
Okay. Metlhakudi? Metlhakudi? Good afternoon, ma'am. Metlhakudi?
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, ma'am. May we proceed with may we proceed with the oath or affirmation? Please switch on your camera.
Thank you. Am I visible?
Yes, I see you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation, ma'am?
It will be an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Kutlwano Kgomotso Tlhakudi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
CFO, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. May you please open your camera?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Am I visible?
Yes, you are
Yes.
visible. Good day,
Thank
sir.
you.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Pule David Khiba.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, Ntate Keta, may we try again? Thank you so much, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Vincent Sitembi Keta.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Keta. Chairperson, ke a leboha.
Ke a leboha mme puseletso ke a se tšhaila go etsa tje ma HOD, you have exactly 30 minutes. That will take us to 16:50. Agamara 16:50 will stop you. Then we'll give honorable members their 10 minutes to engage. So you have 30 minutes to table all the presentation that you have to table. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will give over to Mentabise Magopo to do the 3 presentations, and the CFO will be presenting the financial one. With your permission, Chair, may I ask Mentabise to do the presentations?
Yes, HOD.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you, honorable members. Good afternoon once again. I would like to start with the annual performance report and then proceed to the second quarter performance report and then end with the APP, draft APP 2026-27. The first report we'll be dealing with is the annual performance report for the 2024-25 financial year. The second one will be the quarterly report for the 2025-26 financial year. And the last report I'll be dealing with will be the APP, draft APP for the 2026-27 financial year. That will be in that order. Thank you very much, CFO. The first slide there, honorable members, is nothing but the departmental names. I would like us to move to the next slide. CFO. Okay, thank you so much. This first slide here simply talks about the presentation layout, and that will be number 1 will be the summary of the performance as at the end of 2024-25 financial year. And then the second item, there will be the detailed performance per program or per sub-program. And then that will then be the conclusion on the annual performance report. Next slide, please. CFO, next slide, please. It's not moving. I think we should do it a slideshow. I think it becomes a lot easier. Yes. All right. In this case, the Department of Sports had prepared or had targeted to deliver on 67 output for the financial year 2024-25, and breaking them down under administration, which is program 1, the annual plan targets, we plan to do 3 targets, and then we achieved that fully, and that gives us 200%. Under program 2, cultural affairs, the target was 16, and that was fully achieved as well. That translates into 100% as well. Under program 3, the target was 17. We were able to do 15, and 2 was not fully achieved, and that translates into 88% of our achievement. Under program 4, sport and recreation, the target was 31, and we were able to achieve 27, and 4 of them was not achieved, and that translates into 87%. Overall, the Department of Sports planned to achieve 67 output indicators, and we're able to achieve 61, and 6 was not achieved, and that translates into 91%, which is beyond the norm of the Auditor General South Africa, as well as the one that the Office of the Premier has set for us. So we did quite well in terms of achieving our targets in the 2024-25 financial year. Next slide, please. The next slide simply is a graphical illustration of what I've just spoken about now, the achievement versus the targets. The next slide. Next slide simply talks about the purpose of the program 1 administration. We are simply outlining what is it that we seek to achieve within program 1. I believe that the members, honorable members, have already gone through that and know what the Department of Sports under administration seeks to achieve. Let us go to the breakdown of the achievement per indicator. Next slide, please. Under this slide, the planned targets were under percentage of funded post field. The target there was 90, and it was fully achieved. The next target was percentage of suppliers valid invoices paid within 30 days. The target was 100%, and we were able to achieve 100% in the financial year 2024-25. The number of Batho service delivery improvement documents compiled, we were able to compile 2 documents fully so. So within Program 1 administration achieved 100% of its planned output indicators and targets. Next slide, please. The next slide seeks to demonstrate to the honorable members what we seek to achieve, our purpose there under cultural affairs. Next slide, Ndetigiba. It simply talks to the purpose of cultural affairs, which I still believe that the members were able to go through it. Within cultural affairs, we have got 4 sub-programs. That is the arts and culture, we have got the museum services, we have heritage resource services, we also have the language services. We'll first start talking to arts and culture. Under arts and culture, we have what we call number of national days and historical days celebrated. The target was when we were able to do 2, and then that is an overachievement. You will note that in this case, the department partnered with the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and presented National Heritage Day. This is the reason why we have an overachievement on this planned output indicator. The next one is number of EPWP job opportunities created. We had planned to do 130, that is fully achieved as well. The number of community structures supported, we plan to do 10, we're able to do 11. We have an overachievement there. The reason there is because 1 more additional structure was supported during the financial year. And then the next output indicator is the number of arts and culture programs presented and supported. The target was 16, we're able to do 21. We also have an overachievement in this one as well of 5. The additional arts and culture programs were presented and supported with extra funding received from 2024 Makufe earmarked budget. Next slide, please. The next slide speaks still under performance on cultural affairs, the number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness on the national symbols. The target was 16, and the achievement is still 16 as well. Number of community outreach programs conducted, the target is 16, achievement is 16, that is fully achieved. Number of brochures and publications distributed, the target was 15,000, and 15,000 was achieved. Number of tourism projects undertaken, the target was 1 and the achievement is 1. So under this sub-program, we're able to achieve 100% of our planned targets. The next slide there speaks to heritage services. The first indicator there is number of community conferences dialogues being implemented to foster social interactions per year. The target was 4 and the achievement is 4. Number of community outreach programs conducted, number of provincial social cohesion summits hosted. The target is 2 and the achievement is 2 as well. Number of payment applications processed, the target was 25 and we were able to achieve 40. 15 was an overachievement. So in this case, more than planned, number of applicants were received during the financial year under review. Number of awareness campaigns conducted, the target was 4 and we were able to achieve that fully. The next slide speaks to language services. Language structure supported, we were able to support 1 structure fully. Practitioners benefiting from capacity building opportunities, 145 was fully achieved. Terminology collaboration sessions held, 5 was fully achieved. Number of Free State provincial government departments and public entities monitors for the implementation of the use of the Free State Official Language Act, 4 was planned and 4 was fully achieved. We will then be moving to a next program that will be library and archive services. This program consists of 2 sub-programs, that is library and archive services. That slide simply illustrates to you the purpose of library and archive services. The next slide there, that is the breakdown of the output indicators of the targets achieved and the plans ones. The number of library established per year, we achieved fully 1. Number of new library materials procured, we target to do 21,000, we're able to do 19,252, and the deviation there is 1,748. The reason for that is that the book prices escalated, resulting in procurement of lesser number of copies. And the corrective measure is that the target reviewed in the new financial year to align it with the resources that are available and for the unforeseen price increases as well. The next output indicator is number of municipalities supported for the administration of public libraries. The planned target was 2 and 2 was fully achieved. Number of capacity building programs implemented, 4 was planned and 4 was fully achieved. Number of libraries supported with internet connectivity, the target was 175 and that is fully achieved. Number of officials provided with bursaries, the plan was 15 and the target is 15 and the achievement is 24. The deviation of 9 was recorded. The reason there is that 9 more applications were received and all the applicants met the requirement and were thus accepted into the bursary program within program 3 in the Department of Sports. Next slide, please. Still under library services, awareness programs implemented in libraries. The planned target was 2 and 2 was fully achieved. Literacy programs implemented, 1 was planned and 1 was fully achieved. Mini libs for visually impaired users provided, 30 was targeted and 30 was fully achieved. Next slide, please. Still under program 3, but now we are dealing with archive services. Number of public awareness programs conducted about archival services, 1 was planned and 1 was fully achieved. Oral history projects undertaken, 5 was planned and 4 was achieved. We have recorded a deviation of 1. The reason there is that 1 oral history project could not be undertaken due to unavailability of the interviewee. And in this case, the corrective measure is that the outstanding oral history project was postponed to the 28th of April 2025. Next slide there, record staff trained. The target is 60 and the achievement is 76. The deviation that we have recorded is an overachievement of 16. The overachievement is due to additional requests by the Dean's Office, which had identified certain number of officials to be trained. Records appraisals done and disposal authorities was issued. The target was 5 and the achievement is 6. We have a deviation of an overachievement of 1. This is a result on the appraisal and disposal issued was of the Department of Health, which had to destroy inactive records so that the building can be made available for active records, which were newly created. Records data coded, the target is 9,000 and 9,000 was achieved. Next slide, please. Records classification systems assessed, 10 was planned and 10 was fully achieved. Inventories compiled or updated, 6 was planned and 6 was fully achieved. So in this case, library and archive services had a total of 15, of which a total of 15 out of 17, that translates into 80% of the planned output indicators and targets. Next slide, please. We are now moving to program 4, sport and recreation. That slide that is to be shown there, it simply demonstrates the purpose of sport. Sport has a number of directorates under it. That is management, sports, FSSI, recreation, as well as school sports. Under management, number of staff appointed or maintained on a long-term permanent basis, the target is 9 and the achievement is 9. Percentage of administration standards met, the target is 100% and it is fully achieved. Next slide, please. This is under sport or FSSI. Academies supported, the target is 1. Fully achieved. Number of high performance sports science programs developed, the target was 4 and fully achieved. Number of education and training programs developed, the target is 1 and the achievement is 1 as well. Number of athletes supported by the sport academies, the target is 200 and the achievement is 433. We have overachieved with 233. So in this case, 233 more athletes were supported through the financial year. Next slide, please. Recent resources distributed to the sports sector. The planned target was 100, but we were able to do 151. 51 more additional workshops was organized in the 51 more is as a result of an additional workshop was organized in the 4th quarter in collaboration with the local NPO to have a career expo to address the shortfall in quarter 3 and more. Next slide, please. This will be talking to recreation, that is subprogram 4.3, recreation. Number of organized sport and recreation activities in communities, the target is 30, we're able to achieve 36, and overachievement is to the district trials of the Nelson Mandela Challenge. There we have an overachievement of 6, and then number of provincial indigenous games organized, the target was 1, and achievement of 1 was recorded. Hubs provided with equipment and attire, target is 6 and was fully achieved. Active recreation coordinators remunerated, target is 17 and was fully achieved. Next slide. Still under recreation, number of active recreation coordinators remunerated, 100. I guess is 100%, and this is 100% as well achieved. Number of local leagues supported, the target is 17 and 42 was achieved. So in this case, the overachievement is 25. Overachievement is due to the leagues which were reported as streams. For an example given, per town or per area. The next output indicator is the number of people trained to deliver the club development program. The target is 300 and the achievement is 240. We have done more with 60. The reason there is initially counting was based on the number of training interventions which the trainee attended. After AGSA audit finding, it was resolved that the trainees should be counted only once, irrespective of the number of training programs they have successfully completed. And the corrective measure there is that the trainee will be counted only once, irrespective of the number of training programs they have fully completed. Next slide. Number of club coordinators remunerated, the target was 8, and we were able to achieve 8 in this case. Number of clubs provided with equipment and attire, the target was 180, and we were able to achieve 180. Next slide, still under recreation. Number of women boxing bout supported provided, the target was 1, we're not able to achieve any. Division is 1. The reason there is that support was provided to the women boxers in terms of equipment and attire as well as remuneration at the special handover function. However, the actual bout was not held, hence the underachievement. The corrective measure there is that the support was provided to the women boxers in terms of equipment and attire as well as remuneration at a special handover function. The actual bout will be held in 2025-26 financial year. The next slide is still under recreation. Number of sport development projects implemented by the Provincial Sports Confederation. The target is 3 and is fully achieved. Provincial programs contributing to I Choose to Be Active campaign implemented. The target is 2 and the achievement is 2. The number of printing materials procured as per specification for sport and recreation programs, the target is 1, and that is fully achieved. Next slide, please. Moving to school sport, subprogram 4.5. Number of learners supported to participate in the National School Sport Championships. Target is 545, and the achievement is 556. We have overachieved with 11. The reason there is that learners with special education needs were supported to participate at the Deaf Championships in Durban. The number of school sport leagues organized at the local and district level, the target was 130, and the achievement is 92. We have underachieved with 38. The reason is that the regular participation guidelines could not be finalized on time by National Department of Sports, Education, and Sports, Arts and Culture, and National Department of Basic Education, which led to the leagues not being fully implemented. The corrective measure there is that National Joint Task Team will finalize the documents before the start of the new financial year. Still under school sport, the number of schools participating in school sport programs, the target is 300, and we're able to do 461. An overachievement of 161 was recorded. The reason is that more schools registered for participation in the program. Number of schools provided with equipment and attire, the target is 130, and that was fully achieved. Number of people trained, the target is 300, and we're able to do 310, and an overachievement of 10 was recorded. This was as a result of there was more demand for the indigenous games training. People employed to deliver school sport programs, 25 was planned and 25 was fully achieved. Sport ambassadors program supported, the target is 6, and that was fully achieved. Moving to subprogram 4.6, that is sport, FSSI and the conditional grant. Number of athlete development programs supported, the target was 5 and achievement is 5. Sport academy supported, the target is 4. And the target achievement is 4 as well. So there was no deviation or any corrective measure. Number of people trained to deliver the Sport Academy program, the target is 300, and we're able to do 364. We have an overachievement of 64 there. In this case, we have recorded that sport had a total number of planned targets of 31, and 27 was fully achieved. That translates into 87% that has been achieved under sport and recreation program, that is program 4. So with that being said, honorable members, MEC and the colleagues and the HOD, this will bring us to our first presentation on the annual report. I will then request the CFO to then flight for us the second quarter report for the 2025-26 financial year. Yeah, was CFO. We are now going to be dealing with the 2025-26 second quarter performance report for the Department of Sports, Education and Recreation. I am just waiting for the CFO to help me with flighting it for us. It's not visible, CFO, but I can see that you are trying to flight it. But the screen is empty. There is nothing showed there. Ha e hlahe. Screen se so fela ko jwetsa ha hona ntho e hlahileng mona. Mara ko bone, but presentation ha e hlahe yona ke e bone.
Sorry, I've left the platform.
Ke when you're leaving. I don't know if it.
Yeah, you are chowing on your time.
Technology caught up with us, Chairperson. CFO is requesting to be accepted. It looks like he left the platform unintended. He's requesting to be accepted on the platform. CFO, did you request?
Yes, I'm requesting.
Okay, all right, okay. CFO is requesting to be accepted at
Chair, is it possible that CFO can quickly send this to one of the officials of legislature to help us, possibly?
the legislature already has the MEC. If maybe they can assist us, then we
Yeah,
appreciate that by all
quickly,
means,
because
yes.
yeah, we are only left with 7 minutes.
Okay.
Chairperson, yeah, we.
Yeah, I was just saying that I see the end of Honorable Pretorius, unless you want to intervene, MEC.
No, I was saying, Chair, seeing that CFO is struggling to flight the reports, is it possible that the officials of the legislature, maybe the committee coordinator, can help us to do it? Because I think the reports were sent.
Okay, I think that won't be a problem. Mezinhle?
Chairperson.
Are you? It's Magic. That is the finance report. Magic, are you able to flight the report? Because of the technical issues. Are you able to find Magic?
Chair, there's already a presentation, or it's an old presentation. Let me just quickly try, Chair.
The CFO can just confirm if this is a correct presentation.
Yeah, it's not audible, CFO. It's audible now. I mean,
CFO, is it the correct presentation? Where is the CFO?
Yes, Chair, is the correct one.
Yes.
Okay, can you then proceed? Major Gishi will send the commission of the work, MEC. I hope you will approve.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Technology is not really friendly to us, but we shall overcome someday. We are now going to be dealing with the second quarter report of the 2025-26 financial year. Let me request my CFO to move to what's going on here? To slide number 2, slide 2. Next slide, please, CFO. This is the summary. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Correct slide. Yes. We are now dealing with the second quarter report for the 2025-26 financial year on non-performance information. Under administration, the target there for this current financial year is 2, and we were able to achieve 1. That is, 1 was not achieved, 50% has been achieved. Under program 2, cultural affairs, the target was 15 for quarter 2, and 11 has been achieved, 4 has not been achieved. That translates into 73%. Under program 3, 12 was planned for, 8 was achieved, 4 not achieved. That translates into 67% of the achievement. Sport and recreation, 17 was planned for, 14 was not achieved. 17 was planned for, 14 was achieved, and 3 not achieved. That translates into 82%. The Department of Sports for the second quarter of the 2025-26 financial year had a planned target of 46, and 34 was achieved, 12 was not achieved, and 74% is what it translates into the achievement. Next slide, that is an illustration, graphical illustration on what I've just spoken about now in terms of the non-achievement of on those three programs. Next slide is a detailed report showing the fully achieved indicators, as well as those that are not achieved, as well as the reason for deviation and the mitigating strategy in terms of the corrective measure that we are going to be implementing to ensure that the not achieved indicators will be achieved. Number of interventions in place for the vulnerable group, the target was 4 and 1 is achieved. Reason for deviation is that the 3 outstanding interventions could not be achieved due to budget constraints. The department will review and revise the target for this output indicator in the 2025-26 financial year to align it with the available resources. Percentage of suppliers valid invoices paid within 30 days, it's 100%. Next slide. I need to move as quick as I can because time is not on our side anymore. I think I need to focus only on the indicators that have a deviation, whereby a remedial action must be implemented. In this case, it will be the number of community structures supported. The target is 2 and 1 is not achieved. The reason for deviation there is that the target could not be achieved due to management's decision to reduce funding for the planned support of 9 structures in the current financial year in order to reallocate resources towards national flagship programs. And the corrective measure there is that the department will review and revise the target for this output indicator in the 2025-26 financial year to align it with the revised funding priorities and available resources. Next one that is not achieved then is the number of arts and culture programs presented. The target is 5 and the achievement is 2. The reason there is that the target could not be achieved due to the relaunch of Makufe, which was brought forward and implemented internally by the department without the appointment of external service providers. And the 3 outstanding programs will be implemented in quarter 3 and 4. Number of provincial community arts development programs supported, the target was 1 and nothing was achieved. The department is in the process of identifying and implementing agent, and the Community Arts Center development program will be implemented in the 3rd quarter and 4th quarter of the 2025-26 financial year. Next slide. The next slide does not have any deviation that is under MISAM services. There is absolutely no deviation. All the targets that were planned for were fully achieved. I would like us to move to the Heritage Resources sub-program. This is where we have recorded a number of deviations. Can you move CFO, please, to the next slide and the next one? Slide number 10, I think, is what is applicable now. while waiting for the CFO, maybe I can carry on. In this case, under heritage services, the number of community conversation dialogues implemented to foster social interaction target was 2 and achievement is 1. Reason for deviation is that only 1 community conversation dialogue was implemented in the second quarter, as the other planned conversation had already been achieved in the first quarter of the 2025-26 financial year. And then permit applications processed 100%. Next slide. There are no deviations recorded there. Still under language services, there are no deviations recorded. I would like us to move to program 3. That has a number of deviations that I would like us to talk to. Next slide, CFO. Thank you. Number of municipalities supported for the administration of public libraries. The target was 2 and nothing was achieved. There is no payment for the 2 municipalities were done during the second quarter. The payment for the 2 municipalities will be done during the third quarter. Capacity building programs implemented, the target is 1 and no achievement there. The reason there is that support staff capacity building could not take place in the second quarter due to the scheduling of the municipal and district levels of the Reja Buga Reading Festival during this period. The corrective measure is that the support staff capacity building program will be rescheduled and conducted from the 29th to the 31st of October 2025. Next slide, please. We also have a deviation on this one. Number of literacy programs implemented. The target was 1, the achievement is 0. The Reja Buga program originally planned for the second quarter could not be conducted as scheduled due to challenges experienced with learners preparing for and writing their examinations. The Reja Buga reading literacy programs was rescheduled to the third quarter from the 15th of October to the 17th of October. Next slide. I'm only speaking to output indicators that have got deviations. The number of record staff trained, the target is 20 and the achievement is 52. That is an overachievement in this case. Additional training requests were received from the Department of Public Works and the Department of Education due to a higher number of officials that needed to be trained in this area. Next slide, please. Number of record staff records data coded. The target is 3,150 and the achievement is 2,000. The underachievement is due to lack of capacity in terms of human capacity challenges. The department will not fully achieve the annual target of 12,600 records. The target will be reviewed in the 2025-26 financial year to align it with the available human resource. Next program will be program 4. Number of schools, clubs, hubs, and clubs provided with equipment and attire to enable participation in sport and recreation programs. The target is 96 and the achievement is 110. The reason for division is that the target overachieved in an effort to address the shortfall of the quarter 1. Next slide, please. In this one, we have only 1 deviation there. The number of people trained to deliver the sport academy programs. The target was 40 and the achievement is 42. 2 more people were trained to deliver the sport academy program. Next slide. Under recreation, the number of people trained in Siadala to implement and coordinate active recreation programs. The target is 50 and the achievement is 0. The reason there is that training could not be implemented due to congestion of programs. The training beneficiaries are the same people who assisted with implementation of indigenous games and national recreation big walk from district level to provincial level. And the corrective measure is that the target will be achieved in quarter 3. And the school sport, next slide, CFO. Next slide, please. That. Yes, this one. Number of learners supported to compete in the National School Sport Championships. The target is 100 and the achievement is 112. The final entry by code required more players according to the tournament manual. The number of school sport programs supported at local, district, and provincial level. The target is 57 and 19 was achieved. The reason for division there is that at the beginning of the financial year, provinces received a directive from the National Department of Sports, Agriculture and Recreation from DSEC to hold all school sport programs. This resulted in delays in the implementation of these programs. The corrective measure is that the department will work to address the shortfall in the upcoming quarters. However, it may not be fully achieved. We may not fully achieve the target for this output indicator as most sporting code autumn and winter seasons have already passed. Next slide, please. People trained to deliver school sport. The target is 130 and the achievement is 0. Reason for that is that less than 3 quotations were received during the process of appointing the service provider and therefore the process had to be restarted. The underachievement will be addressed in the third quarter. The last slide there simply seeks to address the underreporting that we seem to be doing in terms of job creation. We want to report and say that under Basotho New Year, we're able to at least give 20 job opportunities to 20 people. And under Heritage Day celebration, we're able to provide job opportunities to 32 freelancers. And during Makuve, we're able to provide job opportunities as a department to 1,029 freelancers, and the total there is 1,081. Job creation is not really our priority, but we must be seen doing something towards it. And this is what, as a department for the period under review, we're able to record and report on. So this will bring us to the end of our second quarter report. We are then going to be moving to our last report, that is the APP 2026, draft APP 2026-27 financial year. Let's then move to that one, the APP. I'm going to request my CFO once again to assist me with flagging that APP, not unless the legislature will assist us. I'm not sure how it's gonna go about.
Mentabising, are you aware that you have exhausted your time?
Yes, apologies for that, honorable member. It was not deliberate.
Yeah,
Technical challenges.
that delay it has costed you. But what we're going to do, please just put the what do you call the APP draft, and then just issues that you want to pay attention to, because that delay it has costed you.
I understand. All right. In terms of the draft APP, even without seeing it being flattered, it's just a plan. It's a draft plan. But I can report to say that we're able to submit our plan on the 27th of October 2025 to the Office of the Premier and the DPME as well. And that the two departments, OTP and the DPME, are going to assess our draft.
Mentabising, you have, as a matter of procedure, you'll have to flight it so that the records, they have it.
Okay.
Wow. But just touch on issues that the committee that must be elevated to the committee on that draft APP.
Okay. All right. Let me in the interim, while waiting for the CFO to flag it for us, just talk to compliance that was executed on the APP, on the draft APP. We're able to submit our draft APP to also the Premier, as well as the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation at national level. On the 27th of October 2025, the two entities, the two departments are expected to give us feedback in 2026 around February, around the APP, and that will be used for improvement as well. So during our evaluation, during Auditor General's time, we identified that AGSA tells to assess the APP that has already been submitted, has already been tabled before the committee, has already been published and distributed. So the resolution was that we need to give to the AGSA and APP prior to that. So we've also given the AGSA the APP to provide feedback to us. So the AGSA received the APP as well on the 27th of October as well. So they can then go through it and assess it and then come back to us and give us feedback on our APP. Those three entities, the AGSA, the DPME, and the OTP, their feedback will be to improve our APP mainly. To enhance the quality of our APP prior to its finalization. So we're expecting them to come back to us around February, but we're hoping that AGSA will most probably come back to us earlier in January, while DPME, I know that normally they come back to us in February. We'll have a face-to-face meeting to improve on areas that they would have identified. And then the Department of Sports normally goes back to the drawing board again in February. We've already been to an annual review session this year whereby we looked into our plans and then revised our targets and seen whether we need to revise or not. And then also planning forward to the 2026-27 financial year. So we're hoping that in 2026-27 financial year, in the 2026, we'll be able to go to the drawing board just to reconfirm whether the allocated budget are still in line with the priorities to ensure that when we finalize our APP, it's still in line with allocated budget as well as our priorities. And that lastly, from my side is that we have a forum that we are attending as planners and monitoring evaluation officials that is called PIMA, Provincial Monitoring Evaluation Forum. It will be convened this Friday on a virtual platform whereby the 9 provinces will be under one roof, where we'll be discussing all our compliance matters, our compliance issues, whether it's in line and if there is any change that must be implemented within the APP. Other than that, our APP does not really have much that we can actually present to you, except that we will go back to drawing board to finalize it and see that the budget still aligns to our priorities in February 2026 next year. So regarding the draft APP, I would like to request that, with that being said, that it brings us to the end of our presentation on the APP and give back to the honorable member to carry on with the proceedings of the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC and HOD and the presenter, Mayor Makopo. Honorable members, those are the presentation from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. Can we then observe hands for interactions with the department? Going to be Honorable Pretorius and then other honorable members. And when you raise your hands, I will also give you to engage with the department. And then the other end is the Honorable Msima. Honorable Pretorius, you have your 10 minutes. That now it means that 17:02 is 17:12 to engage and interact with the department. Then they must answer the question. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the various presentations by the department. Chair, I'm going to start off with the second quarter performance overview. In terms of sub-program 2.1 Arts and Culture, there is the indicator regarding number of arts and culture programs presented and supported by the department. But I also do note that in the second quarter, the Free State Arts Festival, the Vrystaatse Kunstefees, was also presented here in Mangaung. And I think that this year the festival actually celebrated its 25th year. And I had a look at some of the stats that they presented for 2024, so the previous year. And there they noted that about 133,000 visitors came to the festival. It created 3,500 indirect jobs. 307 technicians worked at the Arts Festival. There were over 900 artists as well attending this festival, and 64 million in economic injection into the city or the province. So, to my mind, the Free State Arts Festival is also bringing a lot to Mangaung, but as well as the entire Free State. I'd just like to know the involvement by the department. It would seem that this is one of the really flagship festivals in the Free State. And I'm just wondering, has there been engagements between the arts, between the department and the Free State Arts Festival to see perhaps where the department can assist, not only perhaps financially, but to see where they can perhaps partner up with the Free State Arts Festival, with upcoming festivals, in terms of their model. If I look to the amount of jobs they're creating and the economic injection and the amount of artists being supported, I think there is a lot of skills transfer that can as well perhaps be done between the Free State Arts Festival as well, and then upcoming festivals across the province. And I think it's really an untapped potential for us as the Free States as an event province. So just like to know, in terms of the engagements and going forward to next year, has the department engaged with the Free State Arts Festival to see how they can perhaps also engage and invest that side? Chair, then in terms of the hostel at the psychiatric complex, the athletes hostel at the psychiatric complex, I just want to know, I think from the department, is it currently in use? Is it in operation? Who's currently renting that side? Is there space being occupied by some of our high performance athletes at this stage? Because I know at some stage there was issues with individuals occupying that hostel without, well, let me perhaps say illegally, but without the necessary approval from the department. Chair, then I would also like to know, in terms of Program 3 library services, there is an output indicator, number of municipalities supported for the administration of public libraries. And so that's an indicator that's included, and I see it's again in the APPs for next year. Something that has been bothering me a lot since I came to the legislature, and I've done some oversight, especially in the rural areas of our province. And I know it's not a mandate of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, but the dilapidated state of our public swimming pools, especially noting that we're going into, the season where temperatures will be reaching 35, 40 degrees, especially in our rural areas. Noting that there's an output indicator for libraries that the department assists with the administration for public libraries and municipalities, although it's not perhaps a funded mandate or
indicated that she's going to deal with non-financials, and then the CFO will do the second quarter thereafter expenditure.
Major, please mute.
Apologies, I thought I was perhaps interjected. Yes, so Chair, I'm just concerned perhaps from the MEC through you, if we can get an indication. I think this is perhaps more a political solution, but will there at some stage be engagements? And I know we're facing many problems across the province. Most of these small towns at times don't even have water. So now I'm asking for the opening of public swimming pools for our youth and our children to get them off the streets and into some form of recreation and a life skill for that matter. But will there at some stage be engagements with municipalities to see, where there's possibilities? I'm thinking of in Bethlehem, there is a swimming pool. It doesn't look like it needs a lot of a restoration to be actually functional. Also in Bethlehem, I'm speaking about the CBD area, but then there's also Barken Park. I'm thinking of Marigetla in Tromsburg. There is a swimming pool as well that doesn't seem to need a lot of work to be done. It's actually on that premises where a few years ago, I think the department assisted with the installation of some gym equipment, outside gym equipment. But I'm really just concerned in terms of the access of our youth and our young people in the province to recreational facilities like swimming pools across the province. But perhaps, yeah, I know it might not be the mandate, but I still think politically there could be that engagement and in general the upkeep of our sporting facilities in rural towns. Yes, Chair. And then in terms of the number of schools who are participating in the school sports program, I do note that there is a high number that was indicated, and I think that must be applauded. But my concern is just, it's one thing to note that there is a lot of schools participate, well, a lot of schools registered in the program, but so it's actually said that 461 schools were registered, but it's one thing to be registered for a school sports program, and it's a different thing that when there is participation. Can we perhaps on that output indicator on the performance on the sport and recreation, number of schools participating in the school sport program, just get an indication of that 461 schools? Is it actual participation? So were there children participating in various sporting codes, or is the evaluation criteria only being used for registered schools, saying, listen, you've registered, but has there been actual participation by the learners? I think in the past, the AG has also raised some issues, not specifically on this indicator, but that when indicators are made, that there's always not sufficient proof of portfolio of evidence. So the difference there between registered versus participation. And then in terms of the number of active recreational coordinators coordinators remunerated also under sports and recreation, there was an achievement of 100. If we can just get an indication of what these coordinators are doing across the province, what is the general scope of work, and I think at some stage we might have to go a bit deeper into having a look at the recreational coordinators and perhaps if it's a department can give us a presentation at some stage on that as well, to say what activities are they involved in and share some of the successes or challenges. Chair, thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Trudy and the team.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Maybe just on the last on the recreational coordinators, I think it's noted. We will definitely do a presentation and outline what they are doing, as Honorable Pretorius has requested. Now, we have not yet engaged with the Free State Arts Festival, nor did we engage any other festivals that are going to take place during this period, simply because we may not have the financial resources, but those who approaches us without needing any financial resources, we are always glad to assist and direct them where they can be able to get some assistance. So we are aware of the flagship, many of the festivals that are happening, but unfortunately we don't have any financial resources to help any of this, and this is also in terms of our budget adjustment. We have tried to check if we can, but due to the departmental pressures, we couldn't assist any. Then on the issue of the hostel, I think Mekutwano can just elaborate on that, because I know at one stage there were people who entered there, but we did remove them. But I think you can give more detail on that. Then on the libraries, the two libraries that we are supporting is still Mangaung and Ditlhabeng. And I think Honorable Pretorius did indicate that it is not the responsibility, or maybe within the purview of the department to deal with the swimming pools. We are also sharing the same concerns. I think in this financial, when we're dealing with the next financial year, we are saying it is our concern, and we have been engaging more especially around Mangaung with the facilities that are belonging to municipalities, where we are trying to say let them be given to our federations, and we should be able to check how far we can be able to assist our federations in maintaining or revamping some of these facilities, including the swimming pools, if it goes to that point. But I must also indicate upfront that even when the MEC was very concerned with this, and she even specifically put aside a budget for that, but I must indicate that that budget is only 5 million, which could only be, at times 2 facilities will be enough and would not be having any money to assist. But this is, we can only be able to do this if we manage to get cooperation with the local municipalities and our metro, where they can be able to say they can, rent or lease these facilities to our federations, and we can come with that angle of assisting the federations. So we are well aware of the state of facilities, sporting facilities throughout the province, and unfortunately, like the honorable member has indicated, that it is not definitely within our powers to do that, but we are trying to tackle it with the issue of leasing. So the school sport, I think Meg Kutlwano can just elaborate on the two, the hostel and the school sport registration. But I know it's not just registration; it's also participation. But she can give more detail. Through you, Chair Kutlwano.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you to Chair and honorable members. I think where I'm seated, HOD, I was just trying to check because we have learners coming from schools that participate in school sport programs. And that's why we end up with a number that goes higher, because we then have learners that we support that then represent the province. And the programs normally start from a local district, then we send teams to national championships for either winter, autumn, or it's three championships that we normally host. So, for example, in this December, we'll be sending a team that will participate there. So, I unless I didn't hear Honorable Pretorius well. And then in terms of the hostel, yes, we have tried to deal with this matter. And I think it's something that we need to look into as well as a department and see what type of support we can get. But really, we cannot say we are giving a program at this point. We have tried previously to have those people to leave, and then I think they've come back in again. So that is something that with the HOD and maybe looking to other people to see how best we handle that. But we are not currently running the program for support like we did before within the hostel program. And then in terms of the coordinators, but I think HOD said we will send maybe a thorough report. These are people that we have that assist us in the programs that we activate through sport program. We call them coordinators, and they are paid a stipend to assist in implementing the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. If you're going to, you have follow-ups, I'll give you immediately after Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang, you have your 10 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I will not want to waste time. I'll try to be as direct as possible in terms of asking questions. So one of those questions is that I'm told there's a structure, MEC HOD, which is called Provincial Arts and Culture Center. I'm told the department money gets redirected through that structure, and once it's in that structure, Public Finance Management Act doesn't apply. Procurement processes that are supposed to be followed are not followed. Is it through such is happening? Maybe example is 12 million, which was meant for Makufe sometime last year. It was spent through that structure, and supply chain procurement processes were not followed. PFMA as such was not followed. Section 217 of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa was undermined. Is it true? I'm told there are such allegations. Maybe just to test with you as to whether these allegations are true. Can you take us through what's happening?
I'm waiting the directive of the chair.
No, you can reply. This is your 10 minutes with Honorable Msimang. You can reply in his questions when he requests the answers immediately. You don't have to wait to pose that all. He posed all the questions.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, the structure that Honorable Msimang is referring to, it's called the Free State Arts and Culture Council. But in short, I think in the province we call it PACC, which is Provincial Arts and Culture Council, but it's the same structure. Maybe just to answer the question directly. Last year, we did use the money that was supposed to do Makufe to support the festivals throughout the Free State. And yes, indeed, the Free State Arts and Culture Council was the one which was responsible for that. But the department was also an integral part in that because we had established a committee that involves both the PACC and the department to ensure that the assistance to these festivals is happened in a fair manner. But yeah, I can assure Honorable Msimang that it is not true that the Section 217 was undermined of the Constitution, because we had, I think, for the first time in many years, we went out and called for the events organizers to put in their proposals, and we had at least the criteria that was set. And I can also assure that the Office of the Auditor General did look at it, and they find it was very progressive. So it may not be true that, in fact, it is not entirely true that this money was just distributed without any processes. It went out. It was out on public, and everybody was given the chance to put in their proposals, and they were evaluated as such. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, maybe if can we get papers, social media platforms that were used and the dates that were used, even if it's not, even if not, now it's not possible to give us dates and the media platforms that were used in ensuring that there be a fair participation by public. Can we get that, HOD?
Yes, we will avail that, Honorable Msimang, but I can safely say even in our Facebook page it was there. But we will give you where it went out, but we will give you the information on that.
My second question, but it's observation. When you go through arts and culture centers throughout the province, they simply do not have a mere phone, those community centers around the province. Simple equipment that they must use on daily basis to run administration at the office level. How do we ensure that we assist them such that they become capacitated, and why are they not capacitated up until now if we are serious about art and culture?
Honorable Msimang, I think with the issue of the arts and culture centers, yes, we do have challenges of the resources. We are also trying to ensure that those people who are mending those arts and culture centers are assisted. But I think the main issue was the state or the condition of those facilities. They were not up to scratch. More especially if you go to Metsimaholo, you'll find that it's quite a challenge in terms of the state of the building, in terms of maintenance. But generally, we do have a serious problem in maintaining our buildings with a very small budget. That is the main challenge. But we are trying by all means to ensure that at least our officials which are there are capacitated so that they can be able to also go out and work in collaboration with our EPWP that we send to schools to try at least and take the services to the people. But we are aware, and I agree with you, that it is a challenge that we are trying to work with it. Unfortunately, we have to check the resources if we could be able to afford to put it in the state that it will be also be appreciated by the communities. So yes, I'm aware that it is really a problem. It we as a department we have to work very hard to ensure that we put them to a level where the communities will see it as as its assets. But unfortunately, we have to pay Peter to pay Paul in this department.
The other question, Chair, I would want to ask, because I'm not sure, HODF, you managed to cost and check the total budget that will need for simple administration of those arts and culture centers. And then two, I will want to couple this with that one of film commission. How far are you with film commission? We've heard that there was 3 million at some point, which was 3 million or 6 million. I think I spoke of 3 million at some point, and MEC said 6 million. How far is the process of film commission in the Free State? But also, before you answer that, on arts and culture centers, just to run administration, buildings, we know they are dilapidated. It's another thing that will need a huge budget. But for this particular day-to-day running of the offices, such that they access phone, they are able to print, all minor issues that will ensure that there be day-to-day running of the office. Have you managed to cost throughout the province how much it will cost? Because the possibilities that you might, there are some of the things that you might not necessarily need to prioritize, as opposed to prioritizing the administration of these arts and culture centers.
Honorable Msibang, I would like maybe to check with the chief director responsible, but I know with you would also answer the film commission and the Keta, because he's directly involved with them. Through you, Honorable Ndadeketa.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, MEC.
I think whilst somebody is trying to check that they cater to respond on the issue of the art centers, but I can assure you he's going to cite the issue of the budget. But I think in the meantime, let me try to clarify the confusion between the Film Commission and the Film Hub. On Tondateketa, I can respond on the issue of Film Commission. But the Film Hub that has funds, you heard Honorable Msimanga citing the fact that I said there was a budget. The budget that we got, it is for the Film Hub, not the Commission. The Film Hub, as I pronounced in the budget speech, we are assisted by the NFVF with the assistance of National. That is why we are in that process of working with the Public Works to establish that Film Hub. But the issue of Film Commission can then be maybe, that is the Honorable Msimang, the project that I know that it has a budget that has been allocated. I haven't seen any budget allocated to the Film Commission. Maybe Keta is back. I just wanted to clarify that there are two issues here. There is Film Commission that when I got to the department, I was told it was established. But then there is the Film Hub that seeks to establish a center that can assist the artists in the Free State to be able to do their recordings there, their artwork. Keta?
Hey, thank you, Honorable MC. Good evening, Chairperson and honorable members. Yeah, I think with regard to the art centers, let me start with the art centers. I think we have ensured that each and every official in those centers, they have their cell phones. They also have their vehicles, not just to serve where the art center is. Say, for instance, in the Jolipuza, we know it is in Belcom, but to go to different towns and also to communicate with municipalities. That's exactly what we are doing, so that we are provided with their halls, so that we can we can also do our programs in those sites, in those halls. But also I need to indicate in terms of a film commission, we did do a feasibility study to see if we can establish a film commission and where is it going to reside. When you go to KwaZulu-Natal, a film commission resides within the Department of Distia because they believe that that's where it belongs. So when you go to Gauteng, it belongs under the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, but it is an NPO. So we decided in the Free State that let's register a film commission, Free State Film Commission, as an NPO, because if you are an NPO, it's easy for you to go out and look for funding from a National Film and Video Foundation. It's easy to go to lottery to request for funding. So the Film Commission, Free State Film Commission, is being registered as an NPO. But also, Chair, with regard to our facilities, yeah, the honorable member was asking to say, have you done the assessment of all the buildings? To do assessment is the budget. We need a lot of money to do an assessment. So, but we decided as the department, let us not only concentrate on art centers, but we also have our museums, 12 museums in the Free State, and which are heritage sites, and we need to do something about it so that we preserve them for current and future generation. But what I can indicate currently is that we have done assessment of Nalin, Afrikaans Literature Museum, alone, so that we spend money about 3 million.
Chair, through you, I didn't ask about museums. I've asked about administrative cost of running art community centers on daily basis. I've never asked about museums. I'm asking about operation cost on daily basis. I'm talking about your phone, your papers, your printing. I'm talking about those things. Let's leave issue of building aside. Answer this one that I'm asking.
No, we are providing those materials. They do have their machines. They do have their phones. I've already indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that they are having vehicles also to do their daily work. It may not be enough because the budget doesn't allow us to do that. And in terms of art center, I can talk also about Mabana Cultural Center. We have done an assessment of that particular building, and we have started now to deal with it, to say, let's deal with Mabana Art Center so that we finish it off. Then from there, we move to another facility so that we do an assessment and we ensure that we finish it off in terms of ensuring that it is facilitated, it is in a good state. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chair, lastly, issue of Makuf. Oh, my 10 minutes.
I was saying that is the last one to exhaust your 10 minutes, Honorable.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Let me appreciate the effort to bring about Makuf after years MEC and collective. But to be frank with you, compared to many years, this was the worst month, much as appreciate the effort that Makuf was brought back at ultimate end. And we must also appreciate that this was done through internal means, which means you are building internal capacity to ensure that this event becomes a success. What are the impediments? In fact, what are the shortcomings that you have seen that must be corrected moving forward, MEC, HOD, such that we do we outdo ourselves as we prepare for Makufe next time. If you started preparing for next year Makufe, when are you going to start if you have not started? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I can indicate that the EXCO has already taken a decision that Makufe will proceed, and we are hopeful that we'll also get additional funds to do a Makufe at a level that is expected by the people of the Free State. Because with what we have done, we will realize with the amount of money that we have spent, yes, indeed, we are able to do it differently than any other years, but with lesser programs. And if Makufe have to be, put at the level that it was, it will need additional resources. But I think the MEC is still engaging on that. We might be able to get a boost in that and try to make it better next year. But the preparations are starting now because we have already get endorsement from EXCO to start preparing for Makufe.
Thank you, HOD and the team. Honorable Pretorius, I said I'll come back to you if you had any follow-ups.
No, Chair, I'm greatly covered, Chair. I think just there is really vast potential that lies in terms of this department. I think largely untapped, and there's a lot we can do for the economy, for skills development through this department. I know the budget is only around 700 million, but I do think there is much that this department can reach in our province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. HOD, I am and the Khiba, the CFO, I'm advised that you have not presented the finances, and I said that within the 30 minutes you need to cover everything. So now there was that glitch that you have experienced that perhaps I'm not sure that it's the one that made you not to present the finances, but we're going to give you strictly 10 minutes to present those finances, because we would also have a duty and responsibility to understand those finances. But in the meantime, we give Honorable Leach, she has her hands up, and then she will have strictly 10 minutes for interactions with the department.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to do it in less than 10 minutes. Just something that was raised now. I want to know the Olivenhuis Art Museum. Does that fall under the provincial department or the national department? If it is the provincial department, how does it work for the restaurant? Does it go out on tender? And if so, when was that tender given? And how long is that contract for? I'm just mentioning that because a few years ago, there was a very lucrative restaurant and it was very popular. And I believe that they would have paid rent to use that premises. And people came to the restaurant and then walked through the museum. So the attraction was the restaurant. Now the restaurant is really not up to standard in my mind. So if we can maybe also know who has that tender now for the restaurant. Thank you.
Chair, maybe just to respond to Honorable Member directly, is that Olivenhuis is national. It is not falling under the province, and we are aware of the issues that she raised. I may not know who's running it, who got a tender national, but I know it is a provincial. It's run by the national, not the province.
Okay. Honorable Leach, are you covered?
I'm covered. Thank you, Chairperson. I will then refer that to the national department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leach. CFO, you have 10 minutes up until 17:50. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, HOD, and colleagues. This is our financial report ended the second quarter. I'll go straight to the issues which deals with the expenditure to date. I think we know our budget, 6,000,075. But getting straight to the issues, I would like to bring to the attention of the committee that as at 30 September 2025, we're sitting at 50% in terms of our expenditure. I think maybe just to highlight that some of those issues like your COSAFA, EPWP, we're sitting at 100%. Just to highlight also issues of infrastructure, which we are also dealing with them. Now, within the process of adjustment, we'll close that gap in terms of low spending there. But in terms of the expenditure programs, I think previously honorable members requested that we also indicate the previous quarters so that they are able to see the movement. If you look at the first quarter, we're sitting at 156. At the second quarter, we're sitting at 176 million in terms of the expenditure of that quarter. But then in total, we're sitting at 333 million, which makes up the 50.1% out of the 6,666 as our budget. In terms of the current financial year expenditure, our current payments sitting at 24% in the second quarter. We're sitting at the 29.5 in terms of your transfer, your capital, 10% in overall. But in overall, in terms of your line items, you'll see that we're sitting at 50.1%, which is the norm. That each and every department should be sitting at least above the 50% on second quarter. This is just a summary. I'm not going to go through this. It's just a summary per department. Administration was sitting at 53.4%. Cultural affairs sitting at 52.9% in terms of expenditure. Your archives, as well as your library services, sitting at 46.7%. Your sports and recreation, 50.6%. In terms of your NPIs, non-profit organizations, we're sitting at 68.5%, which might have moved drastically. I think the area of concern was your infrastructure, which, as indicated, we have dealt with it during the process of the adjustment. That will be clear as we present our adjustment budget during this period of adjusting our budget. Lastly, in terms of our revenue, Chairperson, we're sitting at 61.8 in terms of your collection. We over-collected, I think, due to also the issues of Makuf and stuff, but we have also dealt with this line item in terms of adjustment budget to make sure that we are in line. No, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO, for being precise and straightforward. Now, remember, do you have any questions on these finances that are presented? Okay. I think CFO, the committee does not have, okay, there's Honorable Msimang. Let's give Honorable Msimang your 10 minutes start now.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. There's downgrading of rugby stadium in Free State. And to category C, it will mean serious matches will not be played any longer. Stating facts of accommodation and less flights. What has been the contribution of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in that regard, in ensuring that we defend against this downgrading?
Oh, Chair, thanks. I hope I'm not interrupting Honorable Msima. But yes, the downgrading of the stadium, I think Honorable Msima is putting it correctly that it was more attributed to the issue of accommodation in Bloemfontein and the flights. But we had a number of meetings with SARU because we could not agree with them on that. Because in any way, if we had the games here in Bloemfontein, we're not really depending on people outside. We fill the stadium to the capacity. There's no stage where the Springboks or have ever played here, and it was not a full house. And we never really had an issue with accommodation and flights. But this was something that was wholly, outside our powers as the department. But we did engage with SARU, and we are aware now because at one stage then they raised the issue of the condition of the stadium, which is something that we are working with Mangaung to ensure that there is a lease to the Free State Rugby Union, and once that is done, we know that the maintenance of the stadium will be prioritized, and we will have the stadium again meeting all the standards. This was a challenge because at one stage we almost also lost the FIFA grading in terms of the stadium, but we have since engaged, and I think there's a great progress in terms of ensuring that this facility there's a lease agreement, and we are able to come in with the department to assist our federations with the Free State Rugby Union in ensuring that the stadium is well maintained. So with regard to the stadium, we are so sure that everything is fine. I think the stadium is now even to up to scratch. Previously, it was made difficult by the game of Nigeria. I'm sure honorable members would know that at one stage Nigeria was complaining, but it was more of the politics of football than the condition of the stadium. But nevertheless, if you can go to the stadium, you'll see it's getting there. We believe that it will be solved. But the issue of the SARU has indicated that they will revisit their decision after we have addressed all these issues. All they wanted was to also get a commitment from Mangaung to say they will surrender or lease this stadium to the Free State Rugby Union, which at one stage it was not an issue that seemed to be a trouble, but we believe that it will be sorted very soon, Honorable. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Msimang, are you done?
The other issue I want to know, we've been in a situation where we've almost lost everything as Free State, your Bloemfontein Celtics, your Kwakwa Stars, Free State Stars. What mechanisms we put in place so that we do not go back to those conditions? What mechanisms we put in place in ensuring that we also because it was part of economic pillars of Free State. These are clubs that are bringing money, economic opportunities in the province of Free State. What mechanism do you put in place?
Chair, I'm not sure if I was the only one who could not hear.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yes, Chair, I'm really, I really lost Honorable Msima because I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Chairperson.
Okay, Anya. No, it's fine. Let's give, I think Honorable Simang has just, you have exhausted your time, but the department, if there are things that you would want to express outside the meeting, you can do so in writing to the committee so that we get the deeper understanding of things. But if you feel also that what is being asked by honorable members, you want to direct it to within your mission and your mandate, you can also do so. But what we are not going to do is to restrain members not to ask questions that they want to understand according to the department's mandate and what is expected to the people of the First State. Some questions you might feel that they are not within your mandate, but because of you are here and you are responsible for a certain particular mandate, some questions will be posed to you, and it does not take away that to go back and then write to a certain particular department and then give that response to this committee as well, because our understanding and is that all the executive, they work to deliver one mandate, which is to serve the people of the Free State. So I want us to adopt that understanding on that matter. Let's give Honorable Khauriko 10 minutes start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the MEC and the team. Chair, I won't be longer, Chairperson. I was a little bit disturbed by Honorable Msimang. Chair, if we can have a patient as honorable members, maybe through you, Chair, if we want to make a follow-up, we must just maybe have patience to listen to the presenter and then make a follow-up through you, Chair. Chairperson, mine is on artist budget. I saw that the department is going to hold a festival, a Clap and Tap festival soon. I just want to check with the department, maybe those Clap and Taps choir are falling in that budget of the artist, and maybe what is the maybe the what is the plan for the department on these Clap and Tap choirs? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I will just indicate that I think there's only one question with regard to Clap and Tap. Yes, Clap and Tap, the artist budget it's a different thing. That's where we support our artists and do other things. But it is not about the Clap and Tap. Clap and Tap, it's a flagship project of national where we are getting money to host it. Yes, it's going to be hosted in this financial year, and the national has availed the money. It will be your Clap and Tap and choral in that particular festival. So yes, indeed, it is online, but it is a project that is supported by national 100%.
Deputy Chief, is that all the questions?
Yes, Chair, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, HOD and your team. MEC can give us the closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. Chair, indeed, Honorable Pretoria said something that is so true, that this department has the potential. Given support and resources, this department can go a long way in taking our youth out of the streets. This department can go a long way in ensuring that we create employment for the unemployed people, because the youth, they do have talents. This department, given support, can go a long way for the SMMEs to explore the opportunities that we can bring through all these activities. But it's just that, Chair, unfortunately, I heard Honorable Pretorius saying we are getting just around 700 million. It's not even 700 million, Honorable Pretorius. We need 34 million more to make it 700 million. So it is not that. And indeed, the question of facilities, it is a problem for us. Hence, the HOD has highlighted that we are even exploring to try and intervene to make sure that we assist, because if we don't pay attention to Toyota Stadium, to Athletic Stadium, to Oval, Mangaung Oval, then those are the three facilities that bring tourism, that bring the sports from national and international space. We are trying, like 5.7 million that we are trying to get treasurer to redirect it to that. It's just but nothing, but that, unfortunately, that's how far we can go. So yeah, we are trying to, with the little that we have, to support the artists and to pursue our mandate, that of national identity and also social cohesion. The choral and clap and tap, like HOD has said it, we are doing it in partnership with people who are going to assist Honorable Kgarekwe, that those who will be participating there, the clap and tap will get an opportunity to record so that they can have some music that is played out there. It will be hosted on the 7th of October. The honorable members are invited. And I heard that you, Honorable Msimang, it was not easy to bring back Makufe, but we understood that it is not only the program of the Free State, but the program of the country. It is a flagship program of the country, and it is the part of the heritage of the people of the Free State. But unfortunately, we cannot compare it, like HOD has said, with Makufe that was held for 40 million. We only had 18 million. That is why we said we need to do it in-house so that we can see how far we can go. And we are engaging Treasury through these processes, because the budget processes have started, so that they can at least put more money, and come 2026 we can see how best we can improve from what was started. For us, what was important was the relaunch, but now we cannot do something like the relaunch in the next year, as much as we've done our best given the time and space and the resources that we have, but we believe that we are going to get there. But what is important is that we cannot lose that program, because it means we'll be losing the identity of the people of the Free State and of this country if we can do that. But we are taking the questions that you ask and the advice that you give as honorable members. You can be assured that when we go back, we try to sit and see how best we can improve, and how best we can, with the little that we have, try to intervene in those areas that need our attention. Or the municipalities are not able to do what is expected because of their budget. We are not blaming them. We understand the challenges that they are facing. So thank you very much, Chair, with those few words. Kialebo.
Thank you, MEC and your team. We wish you all the best as learners, and those who are in sports, who are in arts. They will be engaged in Jubilee and across the province in this festive season. I think ours as a committee is to see you working hand in hand with the Department of this year that has just launched a summer campaign in various activities to ensure that you play the maximum role as per your mandate, but we are confident that you will do so with your team. And the issues that are raised by the committees to do so, to assist and work with the department hand in glove to realize that the majority of the Free State people, they get services as per the mandate of the department, given your fiscal pressure that you might get, continue to fight for more money to be able to cover the length and the breadth of the Free State province. You will always have the support of this committee because your mandate is so huge, but your budget is little. So to cover each and every corner, and I think that we would need to find more time to engage on the report of Makufe, and I want to believe that it's also within the mandate of the department to support all the initiatives that are within the province to promote the cultural diversity in arts and culture and music and sports throughout. So I think that is one, it's constitutional. And it's something that you, the MEC and the team, would spearhead with distinction. So the issues that we have raised, we're raising them with you, MEC and the team, to work throughout refining those facilities and ensuring that community has access to those facilities, and where you are able to fund, you do so to fund, so that we nurture and grow the talent of the Free State and showcase it to the country and the world, so that the Free State continue to occupy the center stage. I want to believe, MEC, that in your team, that you were in our meeting with the department, with the Mangaung and issue, and you had also gotten a briefing of the issues that are pertaining the stadium as far as SARU is coming back to. When they come back to the international trip, they will come to give a report on that. Is the stadium ready to be graded to BOC? But what's still lagging behind is the issue of the MOU MEC that will pursue with the executive mayor up until its final conclusion. But on your side, it is the issue of the Fezile Dabi Stadium that we need to conclude as well with you, as to given that the money, 90-something million that was used there, was from the department, and then the implement and so forth. The understanding is that there is no closed out report of that project, and then if there's no closed out report, the utilization of that stadium by the public remains a risk, especially when the report is not signed by a qualified engineer or architect, depending who has the authority to sign that. But we want to wish you all the best for a festive season. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year till we meet again. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members.
Honorable members, that brings our meeting to a conclusion. I want to thank you for your efforts, constructive as you are and robust as you are, and want to wish you, I'm not sure we'll meet on other committees, but we'll deal with our reports. I think what we will do, if there are reports that we need to adopt, we'll just find time within our tight schedule to perhaps if you can use a round robin. I'm not sure, I'll be advised if round robin is allowed or not, but so that we do not need to meet, but you will just have to do the inputs, and then when we meet, we just adopt the report. Presently, is the issue, the method of round robin allowed in our rules, as per our rules that guide us to approve the report or not?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, in our rules and orders, there's no exception that is made for round robin. I don't know, Chair, with your advice, probably, Chair, we can look at the recommendations. They're not a lot. The challenges are as per what was reported by the department. That's the report that I sent earlier this morning, Chair. But you can still advise, Chair.
Okay, it's fine. Honorable members, let's just check. Can you just flight I don't think it will take us even 5 minutes. Can you just flight the recommendations of the reports?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just go through them quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, this is the report of the first quarterly non-financial report for the financial year 2025-2026. The meeting was held on the 19th of September with all departments and entities on the day. Chairperson, with regards to the recommendations, with regards to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the first recommendation is that the department must submit a contractor enforcement and risk mitigation plan with penalty clauses, performance milestones, and internal oversight responsibility, that they must provide a revised farmer training and farmer day recovery schedule, clearly indicating feasibility of achieving the annual target of 23 events, that must submit the foot and mouth response and epidemiological surveillance plan, including rotational schedules, vaccination availabilities, and district risk mappings. That the department must table a full report on undelivered cattle cases and processes of disciplinary and legal recovery proceedings, that the department must develop a PAPA licensing support framework for farmers with training dates and improved turnaround times. Chairperson, with regards to the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, the first recommendation is that the department must support a human resource retention, recruitment, and exit strategy with timelines for filling scarce skills posts, that they must submit an ICT acceleration plan responding to CETA delays and evaluating alternative implementation paths, that they must table a tourism impact data collection framework, including visitors counts, revenue indicators, and job creation, that the department must enhance municipal compliance by submitting provincial environmental enforcement support plan, that they must develop a quarterly SMME sustainability tracker with survival rates and job creation and growth merits. With regard to the entities, Chairperson, will first start with the Free State Development Corporation, that the Free State Development Corporation must develop a comprehensive financial recovery plan that addresses revenue collection, debt management, and property utilization, that they must eliminate duplication of SMME support functions by clearly defining the roles of the FDC and that of the department, engage with Centlec on the department and the Department of Energy to find sustainable solutions to the high electricity tariffs charged at industrial parks, that they must enforce consequence management against officials responsible for delays in property management and revenue collection. With regard to the FSG-TLA, that they must develop and implement liquor application backlog reduction plan with specific timelines, accountability, and progress reports on the to the committee in 3 months' time, that they must fast track automation of licensing and regulatory systems to enhance efficiency and transparency, that they must review audit and legal contracts to reduce administrative costs and ensure fiscal prudence, that they must clarify the tourism promotion mandate and strengthen collaboration with the department to avoid duplication also, that they must explore strategic partnerships for commercialization and sustainability of the Phakisa race, And lastly, Chairperson, with regards to the Maludia Phofung Special Economic Zone, that the department and the FDC must expedite the asset transfer and governance duplicating processes to grant the Maludia Phofung Special Economic Zone full operational independence, that they must fill all critical vacancies, particularly that of the Chief Executive Officer position, within the next quarter, that the entity must prioritize the completion of infrastructure projects by finalizing funding agreements with development finance institutes, DFIs. They must provide a detailed infrastructure recovery and maintenance plan. That the entity lastly must implement measures to ensure revenue collection and financial self-sufficiency. With regards, Chairperson, lastly, the last department, which is the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the first recommendation is that they must finalize all outstanding MOUs without delay so that program participation with community structures can proceed smoothly, that they must improve coordination with municipalities to ensure all required documentations for transfers are submitted correctly and on time, that they must urgently fill critical posts and put temporary measures in place to prevent gaps in program delivery, that they must address backlogs of coded records by increasing capacity and strengthening supervisory in the Rockets Management Unit. And then lastly, Chair, that they must improve its expenditure pace by resolving procurement delays and ensuring better coordination between its finance, supply chain management, and programs unit. Chairperson, 5.7 is that the recommendation is that the departments and entities must address all challenges and recommendations that are contained in this report and report back to the committee within 30 days after tabling of the report. And the last recommendation, Chairperson, is that the report be tabled to the House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ntle. Honorable members, that is the report. Is there any additions or comments? Honorable Jackelson.
Thank you, Chair. Given that the legislature is closing very soon on the 12th, the 30-day tabling of the report falls after that. Shouldn't we perhaps put a time in January, perhaps by the 15th or by the end of January, because the legislature won't be able to be there to receive these reports? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jackelson. I think you're correct. Let's just increase it. It's either to 45 days or 60 days. But yeah, let's just make it. If Honorable Jackelson says by mid-January, let's make 45 days. I think it will take us to January. Can we just do that? Take it to 45 days. So, honorable members, is there any other input on the report, on the recommendations? If there's not, can we then see observance to adopt the report, honorable members? Honorable Leach, Honorable Khaurekwe, Honorable Mkabela, Honorable Fuku, Honorable Pretorius, Honorable Miko, I don't see him now in the meeting. Honorable Mamike, Honorable Mkabela.
I move for the adoption of the. I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkabela. Honorable Leach.
I second the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Leach. Honorable Khaurekwe, I want to believe you're also seconding. Honorable members, as to the conclusion of our meeting, I want to thank you for your collective thought and your continuous effort to ensure that the department we hold them to account on their mandate and ensure that they adhere to constitutional provisions of giving our people the services and account for the money that they are allocated to spend and spend it reasonably within their laws. And I think working with you, honorable members, we are stronger together, and working together, it means that we'll continue to achieve our mandate as the committee. And it's a big committee, but with you, honorable members, when we're working together, we're able to master the work, come out with clear, straightforward, time-framed resolution. Those words, I want to thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned, and those that will meet on other committees will meet. Those who will not meet, honorable members, may you enjoy your Christmas and then enjoy your festive season with the family and the loved ones. Travel safe. Those are going to the holidays. I declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues.